The preseason has come and gone as the Bills continue to gear up for the regular season. Cut day tomorrow, and then their first game September 7th with an 8:20 kickoff for Sunday Night Football. For more on the Bills' final preseason result against the Buccaneers, our own Sal Capaccio has a piece up on our website, WGR550.com. In roster news, defensive tackle Jordan Phillips is expected to sign later this week with the Bills after a visit yesterday. Around the NFL, wide receiver Terry McLaurin has agreed to a 3-year extension worth over $96 million with the Commanders. Eagles have waived quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and Lamar Jackson has returned to practice today after dealing with a foot injury. And per Jordan Schultz, the Bengals have restarted talks with Trey Hendrickson. In baseball, the Nationals are at Yankee Stadium for a 7:05 first pitch. The Red Sox are in Baltimore taking on the Orioles at 6:35, and the Blue Jays are hosting the Twins at 7:07. That is your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hey, what's going on?
We're not Schopp and the Bulldog. Zach
No,
Jones,
we are not.
Derek Kramer hanging with you here. Mike Schopp will be back tomorrow. Bulldog has the week off, so he'll be back next Tuesday, as we do have Labor Day coming up on Monday. Yeah, Zach Jones, Derek Kramer hanging with you here as the Bills preseason is finally, mercifully over with.
Yes.
They won a game 23-19 over Tampa. Doesn't really matter. It's just over, and now next up is the regular season.
Don't say that, because Saturday was good karma for anyone that had to stick around and watch that Bears game all the way throughout.
I mean,
it was
if you
enjoyable.
did, good for you.
You actually got something out of it. There were a couple of nice plays by Cole Bishop, Deion Walker, like a couple of the guys that you were actually interested in. Tyrell Shavers makes a nice one-handed catch. A lot of people that you were interested in looking at actually were able to go ahead and do those things. So it was a reward. It was karmic retribution on the positive end for whoever had to suffer through that terrible, no good, everything bad Bears game from the second week.
Yeah, you could take some stuff away. Cole Bishop looked much better than he did against the Bears. Tyrell Shavers continued to have what has ultimately for him been a really good summer, just flat out both at camp and in the preseason. Shane Buechele, even if he's not on the Bills, I think absolutely secured himself a job in the NFL, whether it be practice squad, QB2, QB3, what have you. I do not imagine his NFL career's ending. Deion Walker, there's going to be people that make outlandish statements about him in about a week or two with the way he has played in the preseason. He has been very, very good. Same with TJ Sanders. Tyler Bass was able to start kicking a lot more, and he
kicked
got
for the
him
first
going.
time in literally weeks. He was dealing with that pelvic injury. Yeah, he misses the 20-some-odd yard field goal. So, hey, we get the full experience of, hey, is he actually still okay? Or is he just who he always is at this point and misses the occasional chip shot field goal? Sure.
I'm sure. I didn't see it live. I realized it afterwards. I was like, oh. All right, well, we're going to ignore that. We're going to move right along.
I didn't see it live, but I reacted to it live-ish. I was like, okay, so they're lining up for your field goal. And then in the newsroom, I just turn around like, oh, he missed that? Okay.
Yeah. You just got to move on.
Moving right along. If you're going to miss a field goal, let it be in the third preseason game in the fourth quarter when you're up by 10.
Only bad news, we didn't really get much of an update on cornerback Tre'Davious White. We know he was getting an MRI. We don't know anything about the actual results of that. We probably won't, I think, at least until tomorrow or Wednesday.
Exactly.
We'll talk to Sal in the 4 o'clock hour. We probably won't have any new information by then either.
Even
it's
then,
just more
the new information, I bet it's not substantial.
Yeah.
So I feel like I have a better chance of breaking into Moscow than getting information on Trey White right now, and I'm perfectly fine with that.
We'll also have Kevin Clark of ESPN, formerly of The Ringer. He's going to join the show at 3:30. I mentioned Sal Capaccio will join us at 4. Kind of a big topic of today, because the preseason is over with, more appropriate time to have some bold prediction action. We'll be doing ours, me and you, me and Derek. We'll be doing ours at 5 p.m. If you want to call in any of your bold predictions, both the NFL, the Bills, what have you, you can call in 803-0550, the number to call to join the show.
You can also tweet them up with us as well at Derek Kramer 49.
Don't tweet at me. I can't read.
Okay, don't tweet at Zach. Chat, bullpen, I guess we're not using the chat because Zachary can't. Just remember, left to right, top to bottom.
Bingo. There you go.
Group of words equals a sentence. Okay? Just so we know. Who would have thought in our year 2025 I'd get you a Tommy Boy quote?
Only seen that movie once. Only seen it once. I liked it.
And that's the quote I give you.
Yeah, I liked it.
Take Tylenol for headaches.
Okay.
Not saying the other part of that line.
Is that a movie I should maybe see more than once?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
I might have time to do that.
Big guy in a little coat. Big guy in a little coat. Come on. You got to see it.
I do need to see this again. Two of the 3 quotes you guys gave me, I'm like, I know this, Tommy Boy. I can't even picture the scene.
Richard, what's happening?
Maybe I do have to see this movie again.
Yeah, we got to get back on track before I just start going on Tommy Boy for the entire show.
But where I do want to start today is, as we mentioned, the preseason is wrapped up. Cut day is tomorrow. Joe mentioned the update. 4 o'clock is the deadline. And to be fair, looking at the Bills, there aren't, at least to me, a lot of question marks. I think on Saturday, Tyrell Shavers solidified himself. I think he's making this roster. I don't think it's on the practice squad. I think he's done enough that would cause the Bills to be a little worried if you threw him on the practice squad that he won't be there the next day. I think Elijah Moore is making the team. I think Curtis Samuel is making the team, even though he was not there over the weekend due to an illness. It sounds like practice, once he's gotten healthy, has done much better for him. Dane Jackson played really late into the game on Saturday against Tampa.
All the way through the end.
Yeah, and so I could fully see him getting cut and that going the exact way it was sounding like it was going to, even before the Trey White injury. So for me, a lot of it now actually is, what the hell is the Jordan Phillips signing going to do to all of this?
And my bet
That's the big one.
My bet is it has to do with Dwayne Carter or Daquan Jones. A lot of people are immediately going to the second-year player in Carter on this. He hasn't had a good enough camp. He's been pretty quiet, not enough splash plays, especially when you're seeing Walker coming up with one in every game. And then this past Saturday, easily looks like one of the better defensive tackles on the depth chart at this point. So it doesn't bode well for him, but I also do think it might be, can we stash Dwayne Carter on the practice squad?
Oof.
The team might be asking themselves that.
The team might be asking
or
that.
Daquan Jones. Do they think that they've found enough from what they have to where they move on from the veteran?
And I love Daquan Jones. And 2 years ago, he and Ed Oliver were causing a big problem for opposing offenses from the interior of the defensive line. If it's Carter, though, that sucks. That's a whiff. And while I personally don't care, that is also the pick that you kind of wanted to tout, saying, well, we didn't take Worthy, but we got this guy and Keon Coleman. If by year 2 you're already like, yes, that third-round pick's on the practice squad, that's a rough look. I think if it's got to be somebody, it sucks for Daquan Jones. You hope it's the veteran, and you hope they're actually able to find Dwayne Carter a role here. My only issue, man, he has been a quiet presence all summer.
He's been a quiet presence all summer.
I feel like I've only thought about him in the sense of, has he done anything?
Yeah, he's been a quiet presence, but also, again, it might be, can we sneak him onto the practice squad? And Dane Jackson's probably the same thing. My bet is that Jackson gets cut and put on the practice squad, and as Sal Capaccio had put out over the weekend, you can call him up a couple times if you need to.
Right.
Like you could cut him all along, protect the rest of your depth chart, and then bring in Dane Jackson for a couple starts to start the year if need be. So Jackson could very much be playing well into the fourth quarter of a preseason game, and also if the injury is worse to Trey White than we all initially think, he could still be cornerback too.
Could work. They want him to do too much, I don't think, on the roster. I think for the most part, you kind of got the group you want. The only frustrating thing is the injuries. I mentioned it, Cole Bishop. I think you can leave a little bit. I don't want to say you breathe a sigh of relief, but yeah, you breathe a sigh of relief going, okay, now second game, more practices, he looked better. There really just isn't that many questions on the roster as of now.
Right.
And that is something, I guess, both exciting but also a little nerve-wracking with these Bills, because as I put it in our mid-morning show, the Extra Point Show, when we're hosting, they've got to find some star power. They've got to find guys that are going to finish games, that are going to take away games. You're going to have to game plan for them, etc. They have the group now, and it feels like they haven't really learned anything else.
If Deion Walker pops, even as a round 4 pick, a home run's still a home run. It doesn't matter where you hit it. Like Christian Benford.
Right.
Dude's a 6th-round pick. It popped.
He's a lockdown corner, yeah.
It popped. He's not a superstar, but it's popped. That's still what you'd call a home run.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's an inside-the-park home run for the analogy.
That'll work.
Still home run.
Yeah, but inside-the-park home runs are really exciting. Well, no, then that works then. It's a 6th-round pick. It's it's surprising. It's stunning.
It's not expected.
That works, yeah.
It comes out of nowhere, really. You hit on something. And Deion Walker looks every bit of the promise right now of the player that was rumored to at least be a day 2 prospect, if healthy. Because he's dealing with that back injury last year in Kentucky. Throughout the offseason, they want to slow play it with him. If he is what projections have promised him to be, Bills might have found a capable, at minimum, a capable rotational piece. And at maximum, you might have found something cool.
Well, and especially with him, I was not the biggest fan of the pick at the time, because watching his last year at Kentucky, we now know he was dealing with an injury in his back that was really hampering him. But at the time, watching him, Kentucky was a bad team. He looked very slow, and it just looked, he was a big guy. Like that's all he was, but he didn't move, very quick. Now that he's rehabbed that, man, he looks like the guy. Chris Trapasso, friend of the show, friend of the station, tweeted out as well, like his pressure rates from the interior as a freshman in the SEC was 12%. And he made sure to mention anything above 10% pressure rate is a massive hit. And he was doing that as a freshman in the SEC.
Yeah.
And so I know Sal has talked about this, and Eric Turner over at Cover One have talked about this, I think, together. This is a guy that at this time last year was considered probably a fringe first-round pick. Let's see how his season goes. He might even get into the middle part of the first round. And then he has a disastrous season, and he falls all the way to the 4th. And yeah, like it just could be one of those. You both lucked into it, but also it just kind of worked out for you. Because, they could have taken him in the 2nd or 3rd round if they really liked him that much. They didn't totally know, or maybe at least didn't know what he could be, and we still don't know what he could be. It's only the preseason. But that game on Saturday, it just continued what was already a very good summer for him, already a very good preseason. He was making a lot of splash plays. TJ Sanders was maybe more consistent, but Walker was making more splash plays. And my goodness, the thing I look at it, Derek, is this. In the preseason, maybe the only thing I can take is, do the starters look out of place? Do they look like, oh, you shouldn't be playing right now? Go sit down. Like in that positive, you need to go take a seat, get ready.
That was probably a lot of the fear from the Bears game with Cole Bishop.
That's exactly, I think, what it was. I think that's exactly what it was, is that he looks lost against starters, sure, but he looks like a backup on a backup defense.
Right.
It didn't look good. Walker against Tampa, I tweeted it out. All set, big dog. Go sit down. Get ready for week 1.
Yeah, you're done.
That's what he looked like. Again, it's just preseason. You don't want to build it up too much, because you're going to build yourself up to likely have a bad time and expectations aren't met and the whole thing. And I've said this about Sanders and Walker before. I don't want to build them up to be, you guys need to be all pros in your rookie year. No, not at all. But Walker already in his first preseason looks like he does not belong with backups. He looks like a guy that by this time next year, we'll all be sitting there going, I really hope he isn't playing. He'll be part of that group of Allen, of Benford, of Kincaid, the offensive line of like, I don't need you to play. He looks like that already.
Yes.
Well, we haven't seen anything from the regular season. He may prove to be a 4th-round rookie. And there's some growing pains with that. But the early signs from him look incredible.
Right. And it's kind of where you look at it and go, hopefully you hit a quality starter with one of these two. Maybe instead you might get a quality starter out of both of them. Obviously, Ed Oliver being there is a nice thing to have. Who knows? But if you can get quality contributions out of both of your rookie defensive tackles this year, in what was a stacked defensive tackle class, hey, maybe they were right all along about that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully. Again, that's what you want. And it does look like initially that might be the case. TJ Sanders might be the more consistent of the two, who will give you more steady progress, especially against the run, whereas Deion Walker's going to come in and just wreak havoc for you randomly, and a quarterback's going to have to deal with 6'7", 340 pounds of oh crap coming my way.
Yeah. That's what Bills fans, and I think the Bills, have been looking for, is to have just the big guys that they can lean on. The defensive tackles last year were simply not good enough. Run defense as a whole, the defense was pretty good, but it was mainly due to the edge rushers, corners, linebackers, what have you. The D tackles were not very good in tackles for loss and even just run stuffing. Now you hope, one of the biggest plays from Walker on Saturday was a massive tackle for loss on a run play. You hope that's where it's heading, and the early signs are pretty good. I'm not going to say they're great, but the early signs are pretty good because they don't need to go from what were they? They were one of the worst third down defenses in the league. They don't have to go from that to number one. Don't get me wrong. Again, this is where don't ask for too much because then you're going to get disappointed. But if they can go to like top 15 with a bunch of rookies and young guys playing big minutes and a lot of reps, mainly because Hoyt and Ogunjobi will be suspended the first 6 games, that's good. And you can win a Super Bowl with that. When your quarterback is Josh Allen, you can win a Super Bowl with that. Then it gets exciting if that does happen because you have these young guys who will have been developing and going, man, we won with those guys basically not knowing what they're doing for half the year, kind of just going out and playing. That's where the excitement comes in. It's hard to preach patience and development in a Super Bowl window, but it is still occurring. That is still a thing going on.
To tie in what our major point for the second half of the show in particular is going to be, bold predictions. I do have one about a Bills rookie defensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
And it becomes a question of, do I give out a little bit of a teaser on something here, or do I hold on to it?
That's up to you. And
you know what? I think I'm going to... We got to at least entertain the idea so that people do come back for this thing around 5 o'clock, right? Because there might be people in and out of their cars. They're like, what the hell are you talking about bold predictions when you're not even talking about that right now? I do think Deion Walker gets 5.5 sacks this year. And it is because of the type of player that he is. He is more of the flash in the pan. He's more of the random. The peaks and the valleys are going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that 5.5 sacks for a defensive tackle, especially a 4th-round rookie, would be an interesting number. Because that means, hey, you've got an impact player right away in the rotation. The valleys are going to be there. He'll have probably a couple plays where like big rushes come because he's not as stout of a run defender despite his frame.
Yeah.
But the splash plays are there. So there it is. We'll tease up the first bold prediction there. 5.5 sacks for Deion Walker.
That'd be great for a rookie D tackle. If TJ Sanders had that, I think he'd be, again, defensive tackle. Edge rusher, it's a little bit different, but
5.5 in a rookie season for a mid-round rookie pick, though, would not be bad for a defensive end.
No.
For a defensive tackle mid-round pick, you're probably finding something there.
I like that you bring it up, too, like the peaks and valleys he's going to have. Like, the peaks will be awesome. The valleys, though, will be, oh, goodness, get him off the field. Like, what are we doing here?
It was 3rd and 17. What are we doing? That's exactly the valley that you're probably looking at where you just want to, like, roll over and cry. Because it's like, oh, we could have got off the field on 3rd down. Awesome. And we didn't because Deion Walker fell for a draw play.
Mm-hmm. But that is where it becomes the preach patience. And I've said this about the defense as a whole. I don't really care what they look like September 7th against Baltimore. I want to win the game. But I also don't want them to peak then. You look 2 years ago, 3 years ago against L.A., the Bills peaked defensively that game. 5 sacks. They looked dominant, the whole thing. Now, look, statistically, could they maybe have had a better game? Sure, what have you. They beat the Chiefs that year. Von Miller's awesome.
Right.
But that's the peak of 5 sacks. They look unbelievable. Look what they did to the reigning defending Super Bowl champion.
Right.
I'd be okay if there's some rust they've got to shake off. It doesn't look totally good. It's why, like for me, even with the Baltimore game, it's going to mean a lot to the 1 seed. It's going to mean a lot to the AFC playoff seeding. But also, you're going to be playing with a lot of young guys. You may be having guys that have been dealing with some injuries, what have you. Trey White, we'll see how serious that is. Even if it's not, He's picked up an injury right beforehand. Cole Bishop is starting to kind of ramp up. Max Harrison. So I'm not, saying it's going to absolutely be a loss. Far from it. They won last year with a defense that they looked at themselves and went, well, that's got to change entirely.
Right.
That whole thing's got to change outside of a few pieces. And they beat them last year. Yeah, they got turnovers. I get it. But I'm not in this almost panic feeling with it, in part because the rookies have looked good, but also for me, I care far more what they look like in November, December, January, and going into the playoffs and towards the end of the year, post-bye. I mean, they have an earlier bye this year, but post-bye, that's when I'm going to really care what they look like. I've gotten to that point with this Bills group, and I know some don't really love Sean McDermott or what they do and what have you, and I have my own issues with Brandon Beane. But I pretty much can take it to the bank they're going to win at least 11 games.
Yeah.
So for me, I care, how do you look at the end of the year? How do your players look at the end of the year?
Are you starting to really get into the groove of things throughout your first year, or even for your veterans? Can you still be getting into a groove, playing some of your best football? Here's the good news. The Bills typically do that.
Yeah.
It's about injuries at the wrong times to the wrong players, and you don't run a system that seems to work against the Kansas City Chiefs.
No, they seem to love it.
Yeah.
They seem
honestly,
to really
I think that's what it is. Those are the two things that are wrong with you at this point, really, in your playoff runs. Your system clearly is not akin to stopping the Chiefs consistently.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's because you also have players like A.J. Klein chasing Travis Kelce a couple of years ago. Or you don't get even your third-string middle linebacker. Because like Balin Spector played well against Pittsburgh in that wild card game, and then he's out, and that's what that leads to about getting Klein into the lineup. It's because you have no choice, because even your third-string Mike is out. There is some luck involved. Look at the injuries, even this preseason. They get rid of their strength and conditioning coach. They replace that, make a move there, and all of a sudden, players are more banged up in training camp. Now, luck has something to do with that. It really does. It always does. And I don't think that the Bills have a problem overcoming that during a regular season. It is just ultimately in a conference where only one of 16 teams makes it through. The more bad luck that piles up against you, the harder it is ultimately going to become to overcome. You do have your skill points to it too. Offense had the football last. They did have a chance to go ahead and...
They had the last 2 years.
They have had it the last 2 years against the Chiefs. They've had the ball last. You did have a chance to make a difference, and you just didn't make enough plays. I do think that always still has to be said. There are enough ways that the Chiefs have beaten you. And sometimes that's also just on the field and with the players. It's not always about coaching. But that said, when you're the only defense to give up over 30 points to those Chiefs last year, maybe there is something about the system that you need to tweak it against them specifically.
Yeah. 803-0550, the number to call. You want to jump on the show. Give your bold predictions ahead of me and Derek unveiling ours at 5 o'clock, or you want to talk about the last Bills preseason game. They looked much better than they did against Chicago in their 23-19 win over Tampa Bay. Would love to hear your thoughts as well. But we do also have some breaking news in the NFL. A few hours ago, one of the hot commodity trade targets is off the market. Commanders and All-Pro wide receiver Terry McLaurin did agree to a 3-year extension worth over $96 million. And then just a few minutes ago, Raiders wide receiver Jacoby Myers has requested a trade. This coming from Jordan Schultz. Was a 1,000-yard receiver last year, I think just barely 1,000 yards.
The Vikings are going to love that request.
Yeah, Vikings or 49ers. There could be a few teams involved on that. Zach Jones, Derek Kramer filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog today. Coming up next, ESPN's Kevin Clark is going to join the show. He was at Bills camp a few weeks ago. We'll get his thoughts on the Bills and also the AFC as a whole. That's coming up after this timeout. You're listening to WGR.
Yeah, it's exactly where I want it to be. I think it's really, really fun. This defense is going to be really creative. I know what you see in the last 3 preseason games is like that much of a gigantic playbook, but we've got some cool stuff on there. And, I think there's, some different ways to sort of think about blitzes and pressures and movements. And, that's always the interesting part, that I don't think I knew about coming to a new program is like the football 101 is the same, but like learning a new style and a new like philosophy of how to attack offenses, I think has been really cool. And it's sort of opened up my own toolbox of how I understand football and, can kind of get the answers to the test a little bit.
Buffalo Bills defensive lineman Michael Hoyt talking post-game against Tampa. We won't actually see Hoyt for a little while now.
Yeah, right?
6-game suspension. That was picked up in the offseason. Him and Larry Ogunjobi. We've talked about it a lot with those two. Ogunjobi, though, kind of, I don't want to say a non-factor in camp, but really did not hear about him at all. Hoyt, you heard a lot more about. He also, though, signed the bigger deal. I think the Bills had much more of a plan for Hoyt, where Ogunjobi, I think, was more just we need defensive tackle bodies, and we're gonna make sure somebody works. Or with Hoyt, I think Hoyt they have a more realistic plan for.
Right, and who knows what the plan is going to be going forward. It's going to be interesting to see what the rookies do, because they might have something interesting to say about all of this, not just Sanders and Carter, but also Landon Jackson. If he does get himself a little bit more noise, you might be able to go ahead and look at that. But Hoyt, all throughout the preseason, has shown like he should not be here with this group of players consistently, and they are only giving him those reps because he's not going to have some for a while. So, but it's good to know that like he shows consistently in the 3 preseason games, yeah, I don't belong where I am currently playing right now, but I need these reps.
Yeah. Let's go, though, to the Wester Hotline, as very excited to introduce here, I believe first time on the station, Kevin Clark, formerly of The Ringer, now with ESPN. This is Football show over on ESPN2, courtesy of Omaha Productions. Kevin, man, how we doing?
I'm doing great. I was in St. John's Fisher a couple weeks ago in beautiful upstate New York, and now I'm back. I did a little training camp tour. Now I'm back in around New York City and ready for football. I'm tired of talking football. I want to watch some football.
There we go. That's what I'm feeling. I think we were at the exact same Bills practice. I went to one this year. I had a Sunday show. It was the day James Cook, we all found out, was holding in. I think you were at the same one.
I was, yeah. That was a nice surprise. Just to see him wearing a sweatshirt and that. As I tell you what, there's not many camps where it's cool enough this time of year to wear a hoodie like he was wearing that day. But yeah, it was a surprise. I thought it would get done, and unless you're the Bengals, you basically we saw with Terry McLaurin today. You handle your business, and so I thought that I was optimistic things would be fine by week 1.
So sticking on the Bills here, you were at camp, you were at practice, we've wrapped up the preseason. What are your feelings with this team? I think for a lot of Bills fans as well, we can kind of get locked into, we're all Bills fans, we're looking at the Bills. Everything can kind of get to a certain point after months of talking about them, a very negative connotation around them. But from you, for a more national perspective, how do you feel they've kind of built this off season?
So I talked to Brandon Beane about this, and it's obvious, right? It's that the offense didn't let them down, and the defense, they felt like they could get more fourth quarter stops against whether it's Lamar Jackson, which you can always get more stops with how that game ended, or, of course, Patrick Mahomes. They want to be able to rush the passer in waves. And one of the things Beane had said to me was, watch the Super Bowl. And obviously what the Eagles were able to do, they were able to get an early lead and then pin their ears back and go after Patrick Mahomes, and the game was over by halftime, essentially, right? And so I think every team is trying to build that kind of platoon in the front seven where it's just 8 or 9 guys who can legitimately rush the passer. But I think, with the Bills, that's the missing element of it. And so what was interesting to me was talking to those guys about the kind of Super Bowl or bust narrative, do or die narrative. I think they have the same attitude as the Ravens, which is, no, it's not Super Bowl or bust. They're not all in. They've got a window here. It's not like everybody's going to cancel their contract, as Deion Dawkins says, if we don't win it this year. So I think they're very honest about where they are in the evolution, and they know that there are 3 or 4 teams that are going to be in the mix to win this in late January, and then it might come down, nobody wants to hear it, to fumble luck or a kick or something like that, because it is such a strong conference on the AFC side.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about luck too. Me and Derek, we were just talking about that in the last segment. The injury luck that has kind of hit the Bills as well in the playoffs. When you have A.J. Klein coming off his couch, coming out of retirement to go cover Travis Kelce, it doesn't necessarily help you. It does not put you in a good spot. But they constantly keep making the dance. But it does get frustrating. I know there's the stat out there, Kevin, where McDermott and Allen, they've passed the threshold where a coach and a quarterback win their first Super Bowl, even make the first Super Bowl. But Harbaugh and Jackson, they've done that as well. They both just seem to have that problem. The Chiefs, the Ravens, though, are 0-2 against Allen in the playoffs, but it does just feel like the Chiefs have somewhat taken the oxygen out of the room for everybody in the AFC.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens, and nobody wants to hear it, and I wouldn't want to hear it if I was a fan, but, the reason I compare Michael Jordan and Patrick Mahomes is because Michael Jordan left a lot of guys ringless, and there will be a group of quarterbacks who, and this is the nicest thing you can say to a competitor, who in 20 years when they're going into Canton are going to say they wish Patrick Mahomes was never born or chose baseball, right? And I think that's the coolest thing you can hear if you're a quarterback, and Mahomes is living it right now. And so, yeah, it's tough. And I don't really think any of those stats about, McDermott and Allen are past the threshold and they should have won one by now or whatever. I think that's a little bit of a misnomer. Careers are longer now. We understand how to build rosters better. The salary cap is rising. I mean, I'm with Joe Burrow on this. He had that line a couple of years ago that the championship window is as long as he's there. I think with all those guys, Burrow, Allen, I mean, the defense is so bad in Cincinnati, I might remove Burrow from that conversation right now. But Allen, Jackson, a couple other, even Justin Herbert, it's not going to take much for him to get in the mix. Denver, for instance, might be in the mix there if Bo Nix just gets a little better. So I just think you just got to keep going. I know it's Sisyphus. The what is it, the Greek god or whatever, rolling the rock up the hill.
That's right.
You just got to keep going, and at some point the Bills will break through.
Speaking of the trip to insanity here, last year one of the big questions about the Buffalo Bills was the wide receiver room. And this year it looks like one of the questions about the Buffalo Bills heading into the season is also still the wide receiver room. But it does look, while there are still the same questions, it is very different. Josh Palmer is here now. There's the second year of Keon Coleman. What do you think about the Bills and where they're equipped in the skill positions to see if they can keep the top 5 offense that they have humming along?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, they had the top 5. They had it without a true number 1 last year. Mm-hmm. Amari Cooper didn't give them anything when they got him. And I understand, like Brandon Beane said, he wishes the fans would understand that you don't need a true number 1 receiver in this offense. I genuinely agree with him. I don't think it's going to be on Keon Coleman, but I do think Keon Coleman's going to get a little better this year. I'd like to see more separation from him. I'd obviously like to see more health from him. He was obviously banged up in the middle part of the year. And so I think he can take a step, but I think Josh creates the offense. Josh is the offense. Josh is the system. And so I understand attacking defense more than the skill guys. Because, again, if the question is Josh needs to do X, Y, Z in order for them to take a step, I'll take that every day. If it's a defensive personnel problem, that's where I say, I don't know. I'm looking at the Ravens. I'm looking at the Chiefs. They've got the defensive personnel. So upgrading defensive personnel was always going to be a priority in my book. Getting an extra cornerback. I mean, we saw guys, Tyre Elam in that Chiefs game, I mean, he was going backwards. He was falling down. I mean, you just can't have that in a playoff game. And again, talking about luck, some of that was health, but obviously he was the first-round pick from a few years ago. So I understand why Brandon Beane was defensive a couple months ago about the big wide receiver question, because I think that wasn't as important because Josh can create this stuff. That can be James Cook. That can be one of the tight ends. I don't think having a true number 1 type of wide receiver is mandatory for this. You don't need Jamar Chase in order for the Bills to win a Super Bowl.
And speaking further on that, Kevin, because of the fact that corner was also one of those big priorities, and they reworked that with a couple familiar faces. In the offseason, they bring in Dane Jackson on a lesser note, Tre'Davious White. They draft 3 corners in the draft with Max Hairston, Dorian Strong, Jordan Hancock, all seemingly look like they're trying to file out the depth chart that way. And then the big battle that we were promised for cornerback 2 between Max Harrison and Trey White. Now here we are looking at week 1, potentially both of them looking at injuries. But it still does seem like the Bills wanted to make sure they had a concerted effort in fixing the secondary and, in particular, fixing the depth chart at cornerback as well.
Yeah, I mean, you throw resources at it, right? You throw resources at the problem and make sure you have it. And you mentioned the fact that you might be down 2 cornerbacks in week 1. That's going to happen, but at least have resources over the next 18 weeks. And for me, the number one thing is I understand the impulse to say we aren't worried about January because we have to embrace the process of September, right? But the Bills, that division is bad. It's flat bad, and they're going to win the division. And I think they're the only team in the sport right now, when I look at the other divisions, who can order the division championship banner right now. Okay, I don't think there's anybody else like this. When you look at the AFC West or even the AFC North, it's way too competitive to order the banner. The Bills are going to win that division, and so the most important thing for me is making sure that secondary is shaping up for December and January. I'm not too worried about September. I think that when you throw resources at the problem, things shake out. You're able to see who your best 5 are, your best 6 are, depending on what kind of defense you're going to play. I've got a lot of faith in Brandon Beane's ability to fix this, and that's why I think they're going to be as good as they have been the last few years.
Kevin Clark here on the Wester Hotline. Kevin, on that, you mentioned the AFC East is not a very good division, but looking around the rest of the AFC, I think for a lot of Bills fans, this looks like one of the years that they can really get the 1 seed, that the AFC around them is getting tougher, but not necessarily at home. Do you kind of agree with that? And who do you think could really be some of the surprise teams in the conference?
I mean, I got this question the other day from a Bills show as well about the 1 seed. And it's obviously something that's extremely important because you want those playoff games in Buffalo, obviously. I think that there are a couple ways to look at it. Number one is, if the Bills are the team we think they are, they're going to win a bunch of games, and there are, frankly, easy outs in that division. The Jets are an easy out. Miami, I don't know what the heck's going on. I had higher hopes. The vibes just seem off there. The Patriots, I think, are still a year away, okay? The AFC West, on the other hand, man, that's 3 credible teams. That's 3 teams that are going to really not only is not easy outs, like 2 of them might win the division. I'm talking about the Chargers and the Broncos. I think the Broncos have top 5 offensive line, top 5 defensive line, probably maybe the best defense in football. And all of a sudden, the question is, can Sean Payton elevate a quarterback? I'll take that question mark, okay? Because Sean Payton has done a lot in his 20 years as a head coach in the NFL. And so I look at that as one of the reasons the Bills might be able to get the 1 seed. Same thing with Baltimore. All of a sudden, you've got Aaron Rodgers with Pittsburgh raising that floor. You have the Cincinnati team that can beat anybody. The Browns are the Browns, so that is an easy out. But I'm just looking at this conference. I'm seeing a lot of depth, except in the AFC East. And I just, unless Houston, it's possible that Houston is good and they're able to beat up on the rest of the teams in the AFC South, but I don't see it to the Bills level. So I guess if I had to pick a favorite right now, guys, I'd pick the Bills to get that 1 seed.
There we go.
It's nice to hear.
There we go.
It's nice to hear. I mean, the Chiefs now will, with dark magic, go 15-2 again, and they'll beat the division.
17-0.
Zach,
17-0. There you go. 17-0.
Why do you make me want to slap myself with comments like that?
Kevin, though, in all seriousness, like for a lot of us too, it always kind of feels like that is coming. Where like you mentioned, the AFC West, they've got 3 credible teams. And yet somehow the Chargers will screw it up, and somehow with Sean Payton as head coach, Bo Nix will take a step back. Like I think that's for many of us, it's going to happen.
Yeah, right. The voodoo, right? But that's part of it. I mean, that was the Patriots story for 20 years. Is every time it looked like the gap was closing, they found a new edge, and that's part of that. I think is Andy Reid. I mean, Andy Reid is so smart, and he knows how to evolve with the game. He knows how to do just enough. He knows how to hire and fire coaches and assistants and all that stuff. I think it's a really special group, and that's the reason they're able to maintain that edge. I never thought. It was amazing. I lived through the Patriots stuff, and I went to a lot of those games. I never thought there'd be another team where the floor was the conference championship game every year. And guess what? It happened immediately. And like literally while Brady was playing, we had another team that ended up having that same floor, and it's just miraculous. And so, yeah, I would be spooked if I was a Bills fan. You should be scared. I had to do a quarterback tears thing on TV a couple weeks ago. And I put Mahomes on his own tier, and I called him Terminator tier. And the reason I said it was because if you weren't scared of him, it's because you haven't played him enough. And I think the people doubting him this year, I would never doubt him personally. I mean, he knows how to do enough. And again, that's coaching, that's Travis Kelce, that's a bunch of guys who know how to win. But that's the reason this ends up happening. Is that, Denver's improved, fine. We beat them because we blocked a field goal. Like you find those voodoo moments, and that's how you extend a championship window. And that's why I'd be very, very scared if I was a Bills fan.
Yeah, totally get it. All right, Kevin, thanks for jumping on with us today. What do you guys got going over at ESPN2? This is football.
Yeah, we got a bunch of season preview stuff this week. Next week is week 1, so we're going to start going there and getting our main guests for the year. If you want to go back a couple weeks, training camp show from Rochester, we had Deion Dawkins, Brandon Beane, and Ray Davis. It was a really cool episode, really good insight on what the season's going to look like. So a full Bills episode that aired on TV, I want to say last week, but it's still available in pod form. This is Football from Omaha Productions.
Fantastic.
Love that.
Kevin, we'll be listening, man. Hope we can talk again down the road.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate that.
Kevin Clark there on the West Her Hotline, host of This is Football, which is over on ESPN2, formerly of The Ringer. That's where I really got to know Kevin's work as well.
And now with Peyton Manning's production company with Omaha Productions. By the way,
Productions, I love that name so
being
much.
afraid thing, come on, man. We jump through flaming tables. Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose.
That's the Calces, though, being – I mean, we talk about it in the good way, the Calces being built up for Sean McDermott and Cole Bishop, but
for us,
I think that's right. I think Kevin nailed it, too. It's if you're not afraid of the Chiefs or that kind of aura they have, and to be fair, it's Baltimore and Buffalo are kind of the same thing, you just haven't played them enough.
What's the worst that can happen? The same thing as the last couple of years?
Right?
Like, at this point, I'm familiar. I live there now. Like, I'm not afraid of that at any point. Like, yeah, the rats have bitten me in the ankles now every time that I have to reside there, but I'm not afraid of it anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt nearly as much.
It doesn't hurt you if you've already been there. When it hits me where I live like that, because the worst case scenario is where I've literally just ended up at. I'm not scared of it at all anymore. Would I rather avoid it?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
But if the bad ending is the same one that I've been dealing with and I'm used to at this point, am I a little more dead inside than I have been in years past? Probably.
Hopefully
but that doesn't mean that I need to be afraid of it.
Right.
If we get Bills and Chiefs again in the playoffs, I'm going to be just as wacky in just a couple of pixie sticks, that kind of sugar high rush that we're going with, baby. I'm not scared.
I will tell you, after watching
and it's for the wrong reasons.
After watching the Cowboys documentary, I'm still not done with it. I'm slow playing it. I kind of want it like the 49ers Cowboys. Just keep going. Keep going until it's different.
I'm not scared, and I know that that's a me problem.
803-0550, the number to call. Kind of the topic of today. Me and Derek will be unveiling our bowl predictions of this year at 5 o'clock, but yours at any time are more than welcomed. Or if you want to give your thoughts on the Bills preseason, cut down day is tomorrow at 4 p.m. And for more on that, coming up at 4 o'clock, Sal Capaccio will join the show. Zach Jones, Derek Kramer filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog, and you're listening to WGR. The Bills preseason is finally, mercifully over with.
Yes.
They won a game 23-19 over Tampa. Doesn't really matter. It's just over. And now next up is the regular season.
Don't say that, because Saturday was good karma for anyone that had to stick around and watch that Bears game all the way throughout.
I mean,
it was
enjoyable. Good for
you. You actually got something out of it. Mm-hmm. There were a couple of nice plays by Cole Bishop, Deion Walker, like a couple of the guys that you were actually interested in. Tyrell Shavers makes a nice one-handed catch. A lot of people that you were interested in looking at actually were able to go ahead and do those things. So it was a reward. It was karmic retribution on the positive end for whoever had to suffer through that terrible, no good, everything bad Bears game from the second week.
Yeah, you could take some stuff away. Cole Bishop looked much better than he did against the Bears. Tyrell Shavers continued to have what has ultimately for him been a really good summer, just flat out both at camp and in the preseason. Shane Buechele, even if he's not on the Bills, I think absolutely secured himself a job in the NFL, whether it be practice squad, QB2, QB3, what have you. I do not imagine his NFL career's ending. Deion Walker, there's going to be people that make outlandish statements about him in about a week or two with the way he has played in the preseason. He has been very, very good. Same with TJ Sanders. Tyler Bass was able to start kicking a lot more, and he
kicked
got
for the first time in literally weeks. He was dealing with that pelvic injury. Yeah, he misses the 20-some-odd yard field goal. So, hey, we get the full experience of, hey, is he actually still okay? Or is he just who he always is at this point and misses the occasional chip shot field goal?
So sticking on the Bills here, you were at camp, you were at practice, we've wrapped up the preseason. What are your feelings with this team? I think for a lot of Bills fans as well, we can kind of get locked into where all Bills fans were looking at the Bills. Everything can kind of get to a certain point after months of talking about them, a very negative connotation around them. But from you, for a more national perspective, how do you feel they've kind of built this off season?
So I talked to Brandon Beane about this, and it's obvious, right? It's that the offense didn't let them down, and the defense, they felt like they could get more fourth quarter stops against whether it's Lamar Jackson, which you can always get more stops with how that game ended, or, of course, Patrick Mahomes. They want to be able to rush the passer in waves. And one of the things Beane had said to me was, watch the Super Bowl. And obviously what the Eagles were able to do, they were able to get an early lead and then pin their ears back and go after Patrick Mahomes, and the game was over by halftime, essentially, right? And so I think every team is trying to build that kind of platoon in the front seven where it's just 8 or 9 guys who can legitimately rush the passer. But I think, with the Bills, that's the missing element of it. And so what was interesting to me was talking to those guys about the kind of Super Bowl or bust narrative, do or die narrative. I think they have the same attitude as the Ravens, which is, no, it's not Super Bowl or bust. They're not all in. They've got a window here. It's not like everybody's going to cancel their contract, as Deion Dawkins says, if we don't win it this year. So I think they're very honest about where they are in the evolution, and they know that there are 3 or 4 teams that are going to be in the mix to win this in late January, and then it might come down, nobody wants to hear it, to fumble luck or a kick or something like that, because it is such a strong conference on the AFC side.
Well, okay, we might have done something that we don't typically do, actually. Derek Kramer, Zach Jones here in for Schopp and Bulldog this afternoon. And for once, we betrayed the clock, Zach.
I didn't do anything. I'm not taking that.
Yes, you are.
Opened this up. I'm not taking that.
Oh, what do you mean? Like hell, I'm taking this by myself. You're going down with me. The ship together, brother.
I did just fine.
No, you did okay.
I did okay.
Because we are going to keep ourselves on time here. Why? Because we got Sal Capaccio coming up next. So we want to make sure that we're still time on task. Keep going here. And look, this one may not be a big segment, but it is a segment nonetheless. It lives, it dies like everything else. All is good in the world. 803-0550, the number to call. Bold predictions coming up later on in the show as well. We'll probably ask Sal a couple about his bold predictions for the Bills, maybe throughout the rest of the NFL. Feel free to give us a call, or you could tweet us. I'm at Derek Kramer 49. You could tweet the station at WGR 550. Get in the chat with your bold predictions as well. We'll love to read them coming up here. Derek Kramer, Zach Jones, in for Schopp and Bulldog here on a rainy Monday here on WGR.
The Bills preseason is finally, mercifully over with.
Yes.
They won a game 23-19 over Tampa. Doesn't really matter. It's just over. And now next up is the regular season.
Don't say that, because Saturday was good karma for anyone that had to stick around and watch that Bears game all the way throughout.
I mean,
it was
if you
enjoyable.
did, good for you.
You actually got something out of it. There were a couple of nice plays by Cole Bishop, Deion Walker, like a couple of the guys that you were actually interested in. Tyrell Shavers makes a nice one-handed catch. A lot of people that you were interested in looking at actually were able to go ahead and do those things. So it was a reward. It was karmic retribution on the positive end for whoever had to suffer through that terrible, no good, everything bad Bears game from the second week.
Yeah, you could take some stuff away. Cole Bishop looked much better than he did against the Bears. Tyrell Shavers continued to have what has ultimately for him been a really good summer, just flat out, both at camp and in the preseason. Shane Buechele, even if it's not on the Bills, I think absolutely secured himself a job in the NFL, whether it be practice squad, QB2, QB3, what have you. I do not imagine his NFL career's ending. Deion Walker, there's going to be people that make outlandish statements about him in about a week or two with the way he has played in the preseason. He has been very, very good. Same with TJ Sanders. Tyler Bass was able to start kicking a lot more, and he
kicked
got
for the first time in literally weeks. He was dealing with that pelvic injury. Yeah, he misses the 20-some-odd yard field goal. So, hey, we get the full experience of, hey, is he actually still okay? Or is he just who he always is at this point and misses the occasional chip shot field goal?
Where I do want to start today is, as we mentioned, the preseason is wrapped up. Cut day is tomorrow. Joe mentioned the update. 4 o'clock is the deadline. And to be fair, looking at the Bills, there aren't, at least to me, a lot of question marks. I think on Saturday, Tyrell Shavers solidified himself. I think he's making this roster. I don't think it's on the practice squad. I think he's done enough that would cause the Bills to be a little worried if you threw him on the practice squad that he won't be there the next day. I think Elijah Moore is making the team. I think Curtis Samuel is making the team, even though he was not there over the weekend due to an illness. It sounds like practice, once he's gotten healthy, has done much better for him. Dane Jackson played really late into the game on Saturday against Tampa.
All the way through the end.
Yeah, and so I could fully see him getting cut and that going the exact way it sounded like it was going to even before the Trey Wood injury. So for me, a lot of it now actually is, what the hell is the Jordan Phillips signing going to do to all of this?
And my bet
That's the big one.
My bet is it has to do with Dwayne Carter or Daquan Jones. A lot of people are immediately going to the second-year player in Carter on this. He hasn't had a good enough camp. He's been pretty quiet, not enough splash plays, especially when you're seeing Walker coming up with one in every game. And then this past Saturday, easily looks like one of the better defensive tackles on the depth chart at this point. So it doesn't bode well for him. But I also do think it might be, can we stash Dwayne Carter on the practice squad?
Oof.
The team might be asking themselves that.
The team might be asking
or
that.
Daquan Jones. Do they think that they've found enough from what they have to where they move on from the veteran?
And I love Daquan Jones. And 2 years ago, he and Ed Oliver were causing a big problem for opposing offenses from the interior of the defensive line. If it's Carter, though, that sucks. That's a whiff. And while I personally don't care, that is also the pick that you kind of wanted to tout, saying, well, we didn't take Worthy, but we got this guy and Keon Coleman. If by year 2 you're already like, yes, that third-round pick's on the practice squad, that's a rough look.
The preseason has come and gone as the Bills continue to gear up for the regular season. Cut day is tomorrow, and then their first game will be September 7th with an 8:20 kickoff for Sunday Night Football. For more on the Bills' final preseason result against the Buccaneers, our own Sal Capaccio has a piece up on our website, WGR550.com. Some roster news: the defensive tackle Jordan Phillips is expected to sign later this week with the Bills after a visit yesterday. Around the NFL, wide receiver Terry McLaurin has agreed to a 3-year extension worth over $96 million with the Commanders. Jacoby Myers has requested a trade. Hendon Hooker has been released from the Lions. The Eagles have waived quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson. And Lamar Jackson has returned to practice today after dealing with a foot injury. And per Jordan Schultz, the Bengals have restarted talks with Trey Hendrickson. In baseball, the Nationals are at the Yankees for a 7:05 first pitch. The Red Sox are in Baltimore taking on the Orioles at 6:35, and the Blue Jays hosting the Twins at 7:07. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hour number 2 rolls along here on a rainy Monday here on WGR. Zach Jones, Derek Kramer filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog. Mike will be back tomorrow. Bulldog has the week off. He'll be back next Tuesday.
Right in time for the season, baby.
Yeah. And with that, as the Bills wrapped up their preseason, and now we head towards cut-down day tomorrow at 4 p.m., we go to the Western Hotline. Sal Capaccio joins the show. Sal, usually at this time I say good morning, but we're in a different spot, so good afternoon. How we doing?
I'm doing great. Hope you guys are having a great afternoon show. Good to hear your voice this time. And down here in beautiful Olean, New York, we had a lot of rain earlier today. I don't know if it did over there.
Oh, it's pouring here.
Actively right now.
It's pouring.
Man, yeah, that's the way we had here. And so I got pretty soaked on the first probably 5-6 holes over here at the Coaches versus Cancer 716 Golf Classic. But then it got a lot calmer and beautiful. Bartlett Country Club is a great, great spot, and really just a great night. A great night last night, great day today to play golf, and obviously trying to do all that and stay on top of what's going on around the NFL and the Bills.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we do get to the Bills, Sal, and obviously before I forget here, because you mentioned it, you're at the Coaches versus Cancer event. Do you want to just kind of let the people know kind of what's going on with that? You've done it for the last few years.
Yeah, for sure I have, and it's been my honor and pleasure to come down here and be a part of this. It's Coach Mark Schmidt of St. Bonaventure University, his wife Anita. They're really a big driving force of bringing it right here to Olean and here in the Northeast region. And we say 716, but really it's a lot of great college basketball people, coaches from all over. And Jim Barron's here today. Fran Duffy is the guest speaker here after the awards tonight. I just saw George Halkovich from UB, Jim Christian from Canisius. So we got everybody. I've seen Greg Paulus here and, from around the area, around the region. Frank Martin from UMass here last year. And haven't seen him today. I'll tell you what, another interesting guy, Mike Vanderjagt, the old kicker for the Colts. He's actually a Western New York native. He's over here playing golf today.
Yeah, I heard about that this morning.
This is a it's a silent auction, all those things. But I MC the dinner and then the awards ceremony, and of course, it's all to raise money to help cancer research. And obviously, with Jim Valvano and what he meant to the cancer, fighting cancer, and throughout college basketball world, and his legacy continues on. Really, it's grown so much, and it's really great to be a part of it. And it was a great day today, and it's going to continue to always be a part of something I do every year.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic event. Sal, to the Bills, though, cut-down day is tomorrow. Let's look back at the game, though. It was a much better performance for the Bills all around. Shane Buechele and the offense looked great. The defense, I don't mean this to be rude, but finally got some stops. We were actually able to see the punt competition. There were some sacks. It was a good all-around game to wrap up the preseason.
I'd say so. The thing that I really, really liked about Saturday overall was it was such a bounce back from last Sunday for those guys who were on the field. It wasn't just, putting the starters in there and making a different game. You knew they weren't going to play. So those guys had to atone, I think, for what they felt was not the kind of product that they wanted to show on film individually or as a team. And I thought they did that. And it started with Shane Buechele. Now, Shane didn't really play much the previous week, but it was his turn to kind of show what he could do for a full game. And his interview at the end of the game was great. The emotion he showed with me on the field, and he said it was the first time he ever played a full game in the NFL, and that makes sense. He's never played a regular season game. He had never played a full preseason game. and to go 25 of 30 in a full NFL game, I don't care what kind of season it is. That's amazing. 279 yards, great touchdown throw to Tyrell Shavers. So that was really cool for him. But I think more than anything, just the team itself showing up and putting on a better performance and really putting a something better on film individually, like I said, and as a team was great. So, that was nice to end. And then, honestly, guys, I mean, they've been so banged up that not having any more serious injuries that we know of coming out of that game was really also a very, very big key.
Sal, yeah, the injuries was a huge deal. The players that got, metaphorically, they got punched in the mouth against the Bears, those same players are the ones that have to answer the bell, and they do. But then also, there were players that a lot of people were keeping their eyes on. They kind of got some post-game positives from them, like a Cole Bishop. You saw Deion Walker making a couple plays. Tyrell Shavers making another one to string them all together throughout the entire preseason. It did seem like there were a lot of proof positive type performances in this game where you could go ahead feeling better about some of the bigger question marks that you had about the team 1 week ago.
Yeah, for sure. And, I know when you watch a game like that and a guy makes a play and you say it's going to be tough to keep him off the roster, right? For sure. Especially a guy like Tyrell Shavers who's been doing that. Did it last year. He said after the game, I asked him specifically, do you think you've done enough to make this football team? His answer was interesting. He said, I do, but I thought I did that last year, right? I mean, this is a couple days for these guys to figure it out. We'll see if Tyrell Shavers makes the team. I think that catch was great. It may have vaulted him over the top, but he might have already been there. They were putting him on a lot of special teams units. And the reality is, if you're going to be the last wide receiver on a team, which he basically would be, you have to play special teams. Otherwise, they'll take somebody from another position group to play that role because you have to think about, what the roster spot is overall, not just what you contribute for offense or defense, because you have to be able to weigh all of those things. So then you get to him. I think he makes the team. I did a projected 53-man roster. We'll see where that goes. But then you get a guy like Jimmy Charlo. And how many people have told me, oh, my God, Jimmy Charlo needs to make the team? There's no spot for him the way I see it, guys. I mean, yes, I love Jimmy Charlo's story, and I think he's the perfect practice squad candidate. He's a guy that he comes in, he's going to do everything you ask him to do, super coachable. He'll help the scout team, and then if you need him in a pinch, he might be able to play for you, right? But in the meantime, where is he going to play? He's not beating out one of the top 5 linebackers on this team. Could there be a special teams role? Sure. But you're going to get that more from guys who are actually going to play maybe in their given positions and be backups as well. So I just think it's really tough to watch people like that and say, oh, my God, great game, which is great for them, and then you want to keep everybody. You can't keep everybody. The reality is, they're going to have to get down to 53 players and cut over 40 players total.
Yeah, and I mean,
that's 40 players, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's where I joked about it last week with you, Sal. There's not much going on this week. It's not true. There's a lot going on. There's going to become a lot of players available. One guy that maybe was going to be available is not anymore. It looks to be Jordan Phillips is back potentially for a 4th time with the Bills. Sal, I am somewhat of a loss with that, I guess, but it does maybe make sense if they maybe aren't thrilled with Larry and Joby or Dwayne Carter or what have you. I guess it would make sense to bring Phillips back.
I was stunned when I saw that yesterday come across. It's funny. I actually thinking about that over the weekend, I guess, into Tampa. I actually thought to myself, believe it or not, boy, this is the kind of time of year where a lot of times you hear about Jordan Phillips coming back, and they don't have to do something like that this year.
Right.
If you look at their defensive tackle group, I thought that, and then here we are, Jordan Phillips, and now I'm thinking, well, geez, what does that mean? Why do they have to do that? Now he's 32. That's a little older, but it's not actually super old, right? He could still play. But he hasn't been playing. He's been with the team. This will be his 4th time on the team. Let's walk through this. What does this mean? So I'm trying to make sense of it. It has to mean, to me, it has to mean they're moving on from one of those 3 players, Larry Ogunjobi, Dwayne Carter, or Daquan Jones. I can't see it meaning that they would keep all 3. I mean, I guess you could say Ed Oliver, too, or something like that, but I imagine he's on the team. And then, of course, Deion Walker and TJ Sanders are on the team. So what would be the reasons for all 3? So number 1, let's go with Larry Ogunjobi. He is suspended for the first 6 games of the year. Even though he's suspended, his salary is guaranteed if he's on the week 1 roster as a suspended player. But his salary, because he only gets 1/18th every week or whatever and all that kind of stuff, his salary week 1, you prorate it, right? I think that's how they would do it. I don't think it would be too much more anyway than signing Jordan Phillips to his minimum contract, which is going to be guaranteed anyway if he's on the roster. Anyway, the point with him, though, is why I can't get to him. That's the only reason. You don't actually have to use a roster spot on him. He's suspended. So if you're going to, you could just, have him on the suspended list and still sign Jordan Phillips. It wouldn't matter for the roster purpose. But then you get to Dwayne Carter. Are they not enamored or anything? Did he just not make a step this year? Boy, a third-round pick from a year ago who's still on a rookie contract. That's tough to see, but I haven't seen him flash. He was playing late into the game, guys, on Saturday. Is it possible that they feel that they need someone else there, and they're going to move on from him? And then there's Daquan Jones. Daquan Jones is a veteran. So is Jordan Phillips. Is it him? Daquan Jones is due. I think they would save $5.5 million in the salary cap by moving on from Daquan Jones. That's a good chunk of money. And the Bills are tight against the cap. Is that the guy? I just can't see all three of them and everybody else being on the team with Jordan Phillips coming back. He's not coming back to be on the practice squad. He's signing a 53-man roster contract the way it sounds.
Yeah, and you bringing up Daquan Jones there, Sal, and how much they would save on the cap. Mm-hmm. That's kind of been the main conversation for many of us on moving Curtis Samuel. He can't stay healthy, and you'd save around $7 million on the cap. It is just the one that scares me, and I mentioned it in the first hour with Derek. If they're already moving on from Dwayne Carter, man, that is a miss, especially when for many of us to kind of make up for not going for Worthy. I was never a Worthy guy, but for many of us to not go for him or to trade back with the Chiefs, it was like, well, we're getting this guy, and before his second season, to him maybe not even be on the roster, trade, cut, what have you. Man, that stings.
It would if that's the case. I mean, there's a couple layers to this. First of all, we don't know what the Bills are thinking as far as, is he going to be on the roster or not? I could make a case either way. There's no doubt about that. I've been leaning much more towards him being on the team than off the team, and the reason is because I just kind of take Sean McDermott's words after he came back to practice leading into Chicago, I guess, which is right after that he really liked what he saw when he came back healthy on the field. And I think it's a real good, feather in Curtis Samuel's cap for being on the team. They would save $500,000 by releasing him on the cap. But they've already spent $7 million either way. That money's counted on the cap, with or without him. So, I mean, you're counting that much dead money. I think there's got to be financial considerations there for the team, but there doesn't have to be. So, yeah, that's part of it. I think the other part is everything you say is right, but, they had a plan for Curtis Samuel, and then he got hurt, and then he got hurt again, and he's missed so much time. If he stays healthy in a perfect world staying healthy, we saw what he can do. Remember the Denver playoff game? He makes a big play there. He was better down the stretch. He was a guy they relied on, threw the ball to. Kansas City at home had a nice touchdown in that game. So, I mean, a lot of this is on Curtis Samuel, not, when you go back to how everything played out last year with the free agency and then the draft and his lack of availability. I still think he's on the team because I think that they believe that as long as he can stay healthy, he can be a really big part of this team. I guess they just have to decide if they feel he can stay healthy.
Sal Capaccio on the West Her Hotline. Sal, you mentioned a couple players that were playing late in the game, one of which I really liked our conversation about during pregame on Saturday, Dane Jackson. Jackson does end up playing late into this game against the Buccaneers, but I really started to subscribe to your theory of they can release Jackson, still put him on the practice squad, and if they need him in case Trey White is not able to be ready for week 1, they could activate him for a practice squad to start. Because I do believe it's 3 or 4 starts that you'd be able to elevate a practice squatter before you could sign him full-time.
Yeah, so it's important people remember this point, right, which I think it does get lost in the shuffle around this time of year when you're going through this situation and process, which is teams can elevate a player 3 times up to the active roster. A 4th time they'd have to go back through waivers to be able to do that, sign a contract. So you do that. But you get 2 every week. So let's just say the Bills feel, okay, Tre'Davious White's okay, he's going to play, but maybe not week 1. Right? Might have to need somebody week 1. You don't have to keep Dane Jackson, for example, on the roster if he normally wouldn't if Trey was healthy for week 1 and 2 and 3 or whatever. You can release him, get him back in the practice squad. I would think he'd sign back. Maybe another team wants him. He goes somewhere and goes on their 53. I don't think so. But you could get him back in the practice squad, and then you just elevate him. I mean, essentially you get 2 extra roster spots every week that you don't have to have guys on your roster. But the thing is he was playing late into the game. So that could also be an indication, guys, and I don't know this, could be an indication that maybe Trey White is going to be available. And they weren't super protective of Dane Jackson. You know what I mean? By don't let him play because we need another outside corner ready to play week 1. I think about all of those tea leaves and how they all come together and what it could mean.
Yeah, because I remember that was the thing that when we were talking about that on Saturday, Sal, you were the one to bring up, hey, don't forget the practice squad point. It may not be because Trey White is fully healthy, but that you may still be able to get away with both in case he is healthy or he is not healthy. I wanted you to be able to help remind everyone of that scenario as well.
Yeah, and the other two guys would be Jamarcus Ingram and Dorian Strong. I believe, guys, as I sit here now, I believe there's 2 spots for 3 people on this roster. And the 3 people are Jamarcus Ingram, Dane Jackson, and Dorian Strong. And the pros and cons of each one of them would be, well, we just talked about Dane Jackson. Is he a guy you really want on your 53 over a young guy you drafted, over a versatile guy in Jamarcus Ingram? Probably, you could. The only way I think would be if Tre'Davious White is not healthy. But maybe you want that extra experience there. Who knows? What about Jamarcus? Does he do enough for you to be a regular player to say he justifies a 53? He's super versatile. But what does that mean? He's on the field. He can play outside. He can play nickel. He can play dime. And I think that's why he's on this team and he stays on this team. But if he's not going to play a ton of reps, then you have to think, well, maybe you need somebody who's more regular on the outside, like a Dane Jackson, especially if Trey is not healthy. And then you get to Dorian Strong. And that's a tough one for me because I always try to put myself in Brandon Beane's spot and say, look, we drafted him. He's been here. If we waive him, another team can claim him. And then you just spent all that time with a guy you really believe could help you down the road a year from now, 2 years from now, and maybe even this year, and you lose him. But is it really something to fret over if you do? And I just think like that because I know they think like that, and they have to go through that process.
Sticking with the defense here, Sal, Deion Walker. I think just flat out, who he is, what kind of his story has been so far for the Bills, kind of falling right into their laps in the 4th round. If he doesn't have that back injury, maybe that doesn't happen. Maybe more than any rookie or maybe even any player so far in the preseason, he has popped the most and maybe had his best game against Tampa.
Yeah, no doubt. I really like what Deion Walker did against Tampa. I like the preseason he's put together. What's funny is when they drafted him and then they said he had a back injury that he was recovering from, and that's why he wasn't as highly regarded this year coming out of college as he was last year when he could have been a fringe first rounder, maybe a second-round pick. I think, and then they even said that he would kind of ease in during rookie camp and mini camp. I was thinking, okay, is he even ready for training camp? Is this a guy that maybe starts on PUP? Do you give him a few weeks to start the regular season? No. That's not the case. This guy is playing. He is playing really well. He is going to help in their rotation. At least I think they believe he can if he can continue on this trajectory. And I think he could really have an impact this year and have a really nice career in the NFL from what I've seen from him to start so far. But you got to do it once these games start for real. I really like what Deion Walker has done so far, and he was very, very noticeable in that game. I think TJ Sanders played well as well. He's not flashing like Deion Walker and making those real, splash plays like you saw Deion Walker, but I think the Bills, they've really done a nice job here to grab a couple of the young defensive tackles to put them in their rotation with these two.
And then real quick on the offense as well, we already mentioned Tyrell Shavers. He really continued to have a great preseason, a wonderful one-handed catch for a touchdown. Elijah Moore, though, he was also somebody, Sal, that maybe was on the bubble for a lot of us. What have you made from him in these last few weeks for camp?
Yeah, he hasn't flashed as much for me as I'd like to see in camp, to be honest with you, but I try to figure out like what they're doing and how the team is thinking about him based on how they treat him. And I just think that the fact that he was kind of out of the game a little earlier on Saturday. The fact that they are a little bit banged up. Khalil Shakir Khalil Shakir's your main slot guy. They need another guy there. I just think it's pointing to Elijah Moore is going to be on this team. And then you figure out, what kind of role is he going to have. And he could also be a returner if you need him in a special situation. But I think that Brandon Codrington is the punt returner, even though Laviska Shenault is a guy that they've used there once in preseason. He factors in at wide receiver, but he really hasn't, right? He had a couple of nice catches in that first game against the Giants. He had one catch in this game. They did use him on special teams quite a bit against the Buccaneers, but it just feels to me like Elijah Moore, Tyrell Shavers, Curtis Samuel, they're going to make up the back end of the wide receiver core. I think Laviska Shenault is off because he can't overtake Brandon Codrington as a punt returner, and he hasn't offered enough elsewhere, even though he's a really good kick returner, to be able to justify that spot over other people. And then I think Brandon Codrington is the main punt returner.
Sal, of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't try to get you in on a little bit of the bold prediction sort of thing that we're getting ready to unleash a little bit later on here. So, Sal, How fun are you thinking here today with a bold prediction of sorts for the Bills in this upcoming season, or if it's something across the league? I let you decide where you want to go with a bold prediction, as long as you have one, and make it bold.
Yeah, I don't really know. It's so tough for me to come up with a bold prediction. I don't love doing these, but I thought about it as you guys told me, so I appreciate that. I'm going to steal one from Chris Berman, believe it or not, okay? And I say that because Chris Berman was at the Jim Kelly Golf Classic a couple of weeks ago, and I saw Chris Berman there. And he said this, and I said, that's really good. I said, I've been thinking that, but he said it out loud. So I want to say that he said it out loud, but I've been thinking it, okay? But I will. I believe the Bills and Chiefs will not play each other this year in the playoffs. I don't know what that means. I don't know where it goes, but that's his prediction. Now, you could say that's not really bold, but, I mean, it just feels like they're always on a collision course, right? So I think in some way, shape, or form, one of those teams gets knocked out before they play each other. So that's a prediction. I also feel like either the Bills, the Chiefs, or the Ravens, one of them won't win their division this year. I don't know which, you know what I mean? How that goes, because they're all three considered there and where they are. But I guess that would be my bold prediction. If you want something for a player, I was thinking about Keon Coleman and all the things that everybody's been talking about Keon Coleman. And I don't want to go as far as like all pro, but I think like Pro Bowl. How about Pro Bowl in Keon Coleman's future this year?
I like it.
Wow.
The division and the Chiefs thing.
Sal went bold.
Sal, I desperately want to say that Denver's going to beat Kansas City, but I'm at this point, until I see it, I kind of just can't do it with any sort of confidence, so I'm not going to do it. But I like that Berman I think Berman is kind of hinting at like,
if that's on a monkey's paw, I swear to everything holy.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I like it. Like the Bills and Chiefs, they've been playing each other here the last several years in the playoffs, 3 out of the last 4 years, whatever it is. And, I think people just think it's kind of a rite of passage, right? You get to the playoffs, the Bills and Chiefs on a collision course. We know the Ravens are lurking there and other teams as well. But it just feels like at some point, one of these teams is going to get knocked out earlier than either the division round or the championship round when they would match up. And I'll tell you one I did think of it. I do believe this. I do. I do think that the one thing the Bills haven't done, they will do this year. And I say this because I look at their schedule, and I just think it's so made for them to be the 1 seed. I think the Bills get the 1 seed.
Love it. All right, Sal, we'll let you get out of here. Enjoy the rest of your day, because I know you guys got the dinner coming up as well for Coaches versus Cancer as well,
yeah,
right?
We're going to do that we had the main dinner last night, but now they'll do the awards and another round with some hors d'oeuvres and things like that. So it's cool. And then a drive back to Buffalo tonight, and I'll be late. But you guys ever drive back from Olean? I mean, it's an interesting drive. You have some back roads. Or drive to Olean, right? You've done that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be doing that tonight. I hope I can keep my reception to listen in on the Yanks. I heard the update. I think they start that series tonight, right, with the Nationals?
Yep. Yes, they do.
So,
yeah,
there you go.
That drive from Olean where you get the winding road, and you're like, if this was January, I'd be dead.
Oh, yeah, I've done that drive, too.
Yep.
So it's very interesting. It keeps you on your toes, that's for sure.
All right, Sal, we'll talk to you again later. Have a great day.
All right, guys, thanks.
See you, Sal.
If you've driven from Olean, you've done the winding road where you're like, I can't do this in the winter. I physically can't do this in the winter. I totally understand what Sal's saying.
Yes, but you don't need to be that blunt. Brother.
Drive it. You'll have the immediate reaction
well,
to it.
Well, now I don't ever want to.
I'd be dead. No, it's summer still. You're fine. You still got like 2 months to do it. You still got 2 months. You're fine.
Oh, my God.
803-0550, the number to call. Bold predictions from me and Derek coming up in just about a half an hour at 5 o'clock. You want to get yours in. We've already heard from Sal's, and one of them I am in some agreement with Sal on, his player one with Keon Coleman. We can touch on that after a quick timeout. Zach Jones, Derek Kramer filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog today, and you're listening to WGR.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over, it's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster.
Preseason has come and gone as the Bills continue to gear up for the regular season. Cutdown day is tomorrow, and then their first game will be September 7th with an 8:20 kickoff for Sunday Night Football. For more on the Bills' final preseason result against the Buccaneers, our own Sal Capaccio has a piece up on our website, WGR550.com. Some roster news for the Bills. Defensive tackle Jordan Phillips is expected to sign later this week after a visit yesterday. Around the NFL, wide receiver Terry McLaurin has agreed to a 3-year extension worth over $96 million with the Commanders. Hendon Hooker has been released from the Lions. The Eagles have waived quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Jacoby Myers has requested a trade. And per Jordan Schultz, the Bengals have restarted talks with Trey Hendrickson. In baseball, the Nationals at the Yankees tonight. 7:05 first pitch. The Red Sox in Baltimore taking on the Orioles at 6:35, and the Blue Jays hosting the Twins at 7:07. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Buffalo Bills head coach Sean McDermott in the postgame from Tampa Bay, talking about a lot of these guys making it a hard decision for them and who's going to get cut tomorrow. Sal mentioned it's going to be around 40 players getting released by tomorrow at 4. It's a lot of guys.
They made a couple of those moves already, but they were a lot of the you were here for this game against Tampa, thank you for your service, or you got hurt in practice right away.
Sorry.
And here's your injury settlement.
Yeah. Going back to what Sal said, Jimmy Charlo is a player I keep hearing from Bills fans if they really want him to make it. I think a lot of it, too, was his story on Hard Knocks, him tearing his ACL in the first preseason game last year with the Jets, being from Army, West Point, the whole thing. And he has looked really good on special teams.
Right.
But I was going to ask Sal outright about Charlo, but for him to just go into him and yeah, like I'm at the same point. I kind of can't see where they're supposed to fit him on the roster as a linebacker. Practice squad makes complete sense, but even when you're looking at guys like Eddie Ulufashio, who's a draft pick of theirs, is likely going to get cut. I can't see Charlo, who was a late addition for them, making the roster. Practice squad, I can see it.
And furthermore,
But roster, no.
I think that's kind of what Sean Dolak was trying to avoid. Like, the Bills probably were interested in Dolak, but they also know that they don't really have the numbers for him to fit with him. And maybe Dolak knew that the Bills didn't have the numbers, and he went off to L.A. instead. Mm-hmm. And you have a former teammate, and you don't want to basically steal the same story sort of thing. Obviously, none of it's verifiable. It's a speculative thing, but it's something that you have to look at and pay attention to, because I saw a lot of it over the weekend of, like, Dolak comfortably making the 53 with the Rams, and people are mad that the Bills didn't pick him up. Maybe they knew that they didn't have the numbers, but maybe Dolak knew that the Bills didn't have the numbers.
And we're like, if they would have drafted
okay.
him, if they would have drafted him, of course he's going to show up, no doubt. But that's more like once he was not drafted and he was going to pick his destination.
Once they knew he was not getting drafted, because you probably can get a gauge at that point in the 7th round of, okay, do we know that's happening? Because undrafted free agents are being called before the 7th round's over.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real about that. Like, but that's tampering. Yeah. We don't, like there's no tampering that exists in the National Football League.
Yeah, like, come on.
NFL teams doing shady things. No way. More at 11.
803-0550, the number to call. Bowl predictions coming up in a little under a half hour from myself and Derek Kramer. We've got a few of them. I've got like 4 of them or so.
I came ready.
For me with bowl predictions, and I mean this honestly, I need to believe it 100% before I do it. Like, one of them, spoiler, I like the Jacksonville Jaguars a good bit this offseason. I like Brian Thomas. I like Travis Hunter. I think Trevor Lawrence is better than he's given credit for. But I can't fully say I think they're going to win the AFC South. I like the idea of it. I've maybe put a bet down on it, but I don't feel it way 100%. And so I can't do it. The ones I have, I do genuinely believe 100%. I really do.
The reason I have more of them ready to shoot from the hip is also because I can never be more wrong than I was already once in my radio career.
So you're just going to roll.
So, look, I got paid money after saying that Nate Peterman would be just fine against the Chargers.
Oof, yeah.
It was my first year on the job, and I had that smooth brain thought, and then 5 interceptions later, I could not have predicted how poorly that could have gone.
What interception did you think I may have been wrong here?
3.
Okay, that's fair. I didn't want you to rush it after like 1 and be like, oh no, I was wrong.
No, because that one was off the
But if it was
fullback's
at
hands.
5, I'd have been like, Derek, come on, be honest.
So now,
3's probably perfect.
So now, well, that was when Joe and I were arguing about that during a pregame show, and he walks up to me in the newsroom and goes, even I couldn't have predicted it to go this poorly.
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, this is just, I'm in hell.
Disaster.
But knowing that, well, I can literally do no worse than that. And now admitting that to everyone here on the Drive Time show, yeah, this is who's talking. Someone who thought that years ago. So you're welcome.
I mean, had a great preseason. And no one could have predicted 5 interceptions in the first half.
No, I don't think anyone
no
could
one
have
was going to
predicted
predict that.
Last of all, the head coach who started him.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Like Sean McDermott, I still have my job too. So, hey, we've survived.
But on the predictions and that stuff, the one I'm really feeling confident on, and it's only come around in the last 3 or 4 weeks, less, it's been about 3 weeks, has been Keon Coleman. Sal mentioned, he doesn't want to say all pro, but he feels Pro Bowl's coming in his way. And maybe that's true. Pro Bowl's always kind of tough. It's a lot of marketing and teams pushing the players. It's a popularity contest along with stats. But for me with Coleman, it feels like everything I'm hearing, and then includes from his coaches and teammates, it just feels like he's going to take another step. And that step could be 900 yards, right? 900 yards, 50 catches, and it's great, fantastic. Did his touchdown number go up? Awesome. But I look at him and I'm just like, he has all the physical tools. We talked with Kevin Clark. Like, really all he wants to see from him more is separating. And if he can just do that a little bit better, you're already seeing it in practice constantly. Allen is targeting him. He's coming down with the 50-50 balls. He is making them far more in his advantage. I'm not going to say, they're 80-20, but 70-30, 60-40. Like, he's making them much more to his advantage. And they do need that guy. I don't think they need a number one in the traditional sense, but they do need a guy that when the game is tight, when you need somebody to make a play, who do you go to? I think the Bills want to make it everybody. I think they want that you can trust everyone that when they're asked to make a play, they will. The Chiefs won 2 Super Bowls off that. Their defense was really good, and they would get Marquez Valdez-Scantling making a play. They get Sky Moore, who they essentially treated like Kyer Elam a week ago to trade him to the 49ers. Make a play, right? And that's where luck, I don't want to say luck plays into it, but your guys just make a play. Where for the Bills, their first-round pick, and Dalton Kincaid doesn't make a play. Stephon Diggs, the big trade acquisition for them that had done wonders for them for years, doesn't make a play. I look at Keon, and I guess it's also sort of his attitude he had in the offseason, go on those podcasts. He was his biggest critic at times. It felt like listening to some of the podcasts
that he was on. Himself.
Yeah, and the Bills themselves also kind of like pushed back a little bit. And we're like, yeah, like he didn't really handle the injury well. I don't know the ins and outs of his work, his off-season programs and stuff like that. But it just, for me, he has all the physical tools in the world, and he is in a great situation. Josh Allen is throwing him the ball, and we've talked about it a lot on the Extra Point Show. But before his wrist injury, it really started to feel like it was coming together. He was getting targeted more. He was making bigger plays. He was a much more focal part of the offense. And then the wrist injury happens. And it seemingly just stops any growth he had all year, including going into the playoffs. He kind of just, I don't want to say it was a non-factor, but he really was just not the factor that he was becoming. And now a full offseason later, he's a year older. I think they have better weapons around him as well with Josh Palmer. Kincaid, hopefully he's healthy. I think even just at the depth positions as well with Curtis Samuel and Elijah Moore, you hope they're healthy. But those two, their whole neck is that they get open along with Palmer. And I think that is just going to allow him to have a much better year. We'll get into how good of a year I think he is going to have. But I also look at him, he's not the only Bills receiver that could take a huge jump. We forget Khalil Shakir had his major jump last year. Looking back at the stats he had prior to last year, it's stunning that he was able to lead the Bills in receiving, lead them in targets, lead them in yards. Because before that, he really didn't show that he was ever going to be capable of that. Ever. That was never his thing. He was going to be a slot guy, and you hope you get good out of him, and he turns out to be their best receiver.
And what everything about that has to do with still is there is still a lot of growth. Coleman has the opportunity there to be the best receiver on this Bills roster, and I think that this camp is really showing that a lot more than anything, is that Allen has more trust in him. Even if there's not separation there, he still wants to put the ball in his hands because he knows that he's big, he knows that he'll be strong on the football, and he'll try to catch it at the high point. If that is his game, and he's able to say he's not any better at separating, but he still puts up production without it, that's dangerous. Because that means that's a player that's understanding his frame at 21, 22 years old.
Yeah, and he's attacking
the heck out.
Yeah, and he's attacking, the size differences, what have you.
Right.
He's working where he should be. And yet it quickly becomes, man, if he can ever figure out the separation thing.
But that also means effectively a kid is understanding his body. Mm-hmm. That's dangerous. Because that's a mental part of the game that you don't look into. You think, oh, the guy's just an athletic freak. You have to understand what you can and can't do against the best professional athletes in the world. Mm-hmm. And if you learn and figure out what you can and can't do and get away with using those athletic traits, there is a skill in the noggin for that you need to have that awareness, the smarts to do that, knowing when and where and how you got to attack the high point on the ball. It's not just, oh, he's just big and strong. No, you also have to be smart. Yeah. In order to use it that way, because if he can, and he's getting production without the separation, that's still a guy that knows his strengths and his weaknesses, and that is more dangerous than anything can ever be for a high athletic profile.
Mm-hmm. He maybe more than anybody, I am so excited to watch on week one. I'm so excited. And that's also some of the pains of preseason and how the Bills operate with it is even if you'll get some of the starters to play, they just don't do enough or Allen's not with them, what have you. The last two preseasons for Coleman would effectively got nothing. Because even in his rookie year, he didn't get Allen throwing the ball. He got Mitch Trubisky throwing the ball. And the Pittsburgh game kind of notoriously was horrific in that sense. This year, he gets 2 targets. One of them is taken away because of a penalty. The other one goes for 0 yards because he got a linebacker trailing him the entire time. But everything we've heard out of camp, everything has been, he looks awesome. Deion Dawkins saying the league's not ready for him, what have you. He is a physically imposing presence. I think that he doesn't really fit the mold the Bills went to for all their other receivers. I mean, it's both a negative because I have mentioned that it kind of is still a little weird that they drafted him instead of guys like Ladd McConkey.
Flies in the face of what they've been doing.
Right, and even flies in the face of where Josh Allen got really successful, which was not the big tall guys where the catch radius was everywhere and you could be a little inaccurate. It was Isaiah McKenzie. It was Cole Beasley. It was John Brown. It was these quick, twitchy guys who could get open in the blink of an eye. Coleman, again, kind of flies in the face of that. And yet last year, he was averaging just under 20 yards per catch. And he's injured for most of the year in terms of not handling the injury well and just straight up missing games because of it. I'm with Sal. I don't think he's going to be an all-pro. That would legitimately take him to have 1,500 yards in his sophomore campaign. I don't imagine that.
Bills fans will be fainting every week if that's the case, because that would be awesome.
Right. But last year, he had 57 targets, 29 catches, just under 600 yards, and 4 touchdowns. We've talked about if he just doubles that, or if you just mash together him and Matt Collins' stats from last year, we would probably take it. It's like 60 catches, 900 yards, and 9 touchdowns.
Right.
I'd still take it. But, man, it just feels like more is coming with him. The way the Bills are talking about him and the way they're just not even using him in the preseason, yet every highlight you get from practice is somehow a Coleman catch. Everyone, it felt like. I mean, we got away from like the random camp guy. It became a Coleman catch every day.
It's not just the highlights, though, that makes it important, because you can make highlights out of anything
right.
for like one play per practice.
Just use slow-mo.
It is the camp reports from everybody that's got their eyes on it. Keon Coleman's having another good day.
He's stacking them together. He's becoming more consistent.
He's stacking them together. That's another good practice for Keon. That's another big play for him. And you keep seeing it, though, from the reports from camp. They're the ones that have their eyes on it the most, second to the actual coaching staff.
Yeah.
And that's the part that's important. It's not just the highlights. It is the fact that we are getting consistent word that he is looking like he's poised for a step up this year.
803-0550, the number to call. Bowl predictions for me and Dare coming up at 5 o'clock. Yours are always welcomed, of course. Again, 803-0550, the number to call. Filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog, this is WGR.
You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster. We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Oh, sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster.
Zach Jones, Derek Kramer hanging with you here, filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog. Mike will be back tomorrow. Bulldog has the week off. He'll be back on Tuesday with Labor Day being on Monday. Game week next week. We're almost there. This might be, though, one of the worst sports weeks. And I'll argue it's worse than the All-Star break in baseball, because the All-Star break in baseball, there's nothing else around it. You're just like, okay, we're off for a week, but baseball will be back. With this, it's the anticipation. I just got to get to Thursday. And then I've got football, and then hockey, and then basketball for months.
That was your thought. My thought coming back was I looked like an idiot just now.
That's okay.
I'm dancing to the music, and I'm realizing, there's a camera on me, and that audio doesn't play.
No, yes, you're just dancing to your own thoughts.
Yeah.
I'd lean into that.
I'm vibing now, though. All right, you know what? We'll do it again.
Exactly.
Right,
803-0550, the number 2 call. And let's get connected to our fans. Brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. Thinking bold predictions for today. And first up this segment, Steve is with us. Steve, how are we doing today?
Doing good. Before I go with it, is it okay to publicly doubt the Chiefs? Will Andy Reid play this call in the locker room?
It's up to you, man. Be brave.
Do it.
Dare to dream.
I'm going to be brave.
I'm
going to put myself out there. Denver is going to win the West, and I think it's just because of their schedule. They have a really good chance to get out with a 3-1 or 4-0 lead, and I think they'll split with Kansas City. And it's just going to be AFC conference tiebreaker, and they're finally going to do it. They've played Kansas City. I mean, they're the toughest matchup in their division, and they always seem to just bumble it at the last second the past 2 years to split with them. And I think this year's the year they finally get over it. And I think also Miami's going to be in the division basement this year with 6 wins, and McDaniel's gone.
There we go. Steve, thanks for the call.
Steve, I love it.
I wish I could be, it's not the, like, I don't want to be like upfront and say it. It's much more of, I can't totally buy it until I do see the Chiefs start to stumble.
Do what you live it the same way you told Steve. Dare to dream.
I know,
Zachary. Dare to dream.
See,
don't let your dreams be dreams. Just do it. Just do it.
I can say it. I'm not that brave, though, with this. I'm just like, no. We're going to
Do
ride
it.
it out. I'll tell people to
Do it.
dream and be brave, but no, not me.
Have the stones, Zachary.
By the way, looking at Denver's schedule, though, Tennessee at Indianapolis, at the Chargers, Cincinnati, at Philadelphia is their first 5 weeks. I think those first 2 weeks are definitely wins. The Chargers is probably going to be a tough game. Cincinnati, you get them early in the year. We don't really know if we're going to play in the preseason plan will have worked out. They can get off to a hot start, though. They can. They don't play Kansas City the first time until week 11. It's at home, then they get their bye week, and then they play in week 17. That's going to be, I believe, the Christmas game, isn't that? Yeah, it's Christmas Day.
Yes, it is.
So they get them late. They maybe could build a bit of a lead. Until I start to see Kansas City actually struggling and another AFC West team actually take over, I just don't know.
It's about the Chargers. I know it is. It's less about the Broncos, but it's more about the Chargers probably because the Chargers have burned so many people now over the years that you're just like, I don't want it. Like, I see that team mess with me left, right, and center, and I'm not going to do it until I actually see it happen. I get it, but also I hope you're ready to live in your fears because more bold predictions are coming on the other side here.
803-0550, the number 2 call. Zach Jones, Derek Kramer filling in for Schopp and Bulldog today. And you're listening to WGR.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life.
The preseason has come and gone as the Bills continue to gear up for the regular season. Cut-down day is tomorrow, and then their first game will be September 7th with an 8:20 kickoff for Sunday Night Football. For more on the Bills' final preseason result against the Buccaneers, our own Sal Capaccio has a piece up on our website, WGR550.com. Some roster news for the Bills. Defensive tackle Jordan Phillips is expected to sign later this week after a visit yesterday. Around the NFL, wide receiver Terry McLaurin has agreed to a 3-year extension worth over $96 million with the Commanders. Jacoby Myers has requested a trade. Hendon Hooker has been released from the Lions, and the Panthers have released quarterback Bryce Perkins. And per Jordan Schultz, the Bengals have restarted contract talks with Trey Hendrickson. In baseball, the Nationals are at the Yankees for a 7:05 first pitch. The Red Sox are in Baltimore taking on the Orioles at 6:35, and the Blue Jays are hosting the Twins at 7:07. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Fritos, the all-American chip.
You know what? I'll offer. You know what? There's a Parker here right now, so I think I'm going to do this and stare right at him. I'm pro Frito.
Oh man, I think they're okay.
Pro Frito. I feel like okay is the.
They're okay.
It's the You're being diplomatic.
No, I look. I like Fritos. They're fine. They're okay.
You are being diplomatic right now.
Pringles are incredible.
Yes.
I'm good for like the old-fashioned Lays. Just plain chip.
You know what?
Good.
You know what's a Frito-Lay chip?
Yeah.
Fritos.
Yeah.
I can't do Fritos.
You can't do them?
The normal ones, I agree with my father, are a disgrace to
Horrendous.
food in general. Mm-hmm. But the honey barbecue twist ones,
Oh, yeah.
That's
yeah.
a different story.
I'll get down with that.
Different conversation.
The real weird one is the Frito scoops.
Well,
Those
that's
are just the original,
Yeah,
aren't
that's
they?
just
Yeah.
a fat Frito.
It's just a
That's
fat
it. That's
Frito.
right. That's exactly
all
right.
that is.
That's why it's weird. Whoa, do we got a debut of a quad box going on right now?
you know,
We're getting a chip
you
discussion.
throw it to us, and we
Yeah,
gotta
that's
do what
true.
we
I
gotta
did do that.
Yeah.
But yes, when I say it, hey, we're getting bold today, baby. That's what we're doing. And here it is, a pro Frito right over here. It's the beginning. We start here, and we get through bold predictions by me saying, apparently it's bold of me to say, I like a bag of Fritos every now and then.
That's bold.
It is bold.
That is bold.
Apparently, it's bold here.
I can't tell you the last time I had a bag of Fritos.
I had one from this vending machine before I went on my trip, and it's the barbecue twists.
Yeah.
Extremely overpriced, but good.
Well, yeah, it's a
But it
vending
works, yeah.
machine here.
Gets it done.
Right. But the original Fritos, you'll never catch me.
No.
No.
No. I don't know. I don't know. if
Cowards.
I've had them.
It's a thick corn chip.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's gross.
They're they're also like, why they're so salty.
Yes.
that I eat like two of. I don't mind how they taste. Really, it's fine. But the smell, I think, is
When you
revolting.
first open that bag,
right.
It's the smell and the immediate need of water.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what gets you.
That-
That's
that's
what
what
gets
the
you.
I
salt's there
can't get
for.
through more than 4 Fritos without feeling like
fair.
I'm in the desert back in New Mexico.
Zach Jones, Derek Kramer filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog today. Joe Cali on the board. Owen Parker filling in for G here. He's double shifting with the video controls. Love that. Absolutely. Bullpen having a joy with that. But we have promised it for the last few hours. 5 o'clock, 803-0550, the number to call if you want to jump on. But we've been talking bold predictions a little bit today, and we've hinted at a few of them. You've even, Derek, given away some of yours.
I even gave away one of Deion Walker, 5.5 sacks. I do think that, speaking on being bold, a rookie D tackle getting 5.5 sacks is a beautiful thing to get. And I will admit, I do have my bias. I liked the pick of Walker more than I liked the pick of Sanders back on the draft weekend. But I also thought that was because, oh man, this guy's available in the fourth. Like, he should have been gone by now.
Big guy, and that was a need for them.
Whereas Sanders, you traded up to take him because you knew he was going to be gone, and that's perfectly fine. It was more of I love the value of what we got on this.
Right
now, here it is. Bold predictions. I started off with Fritos, which apparently is
bold.
Apparently that's bold nowadays. But I guess just lock me up for that one. But here we are. I think that Deion Walker, if we want to start with the Bills, I like the idea of Walker, the splash plays, the high ceiling, low floor type player, giving you a little bit more of the plays on a Bills pass rush that was mostly okay last season. They had more sacks throughout the entire season than Philadelphia did. The team that we all know that bullied Kansas City in the Super Bowl.
The Philly stats are very weird to look at.
They're a very weird team. But there has to be a trade-off, right? If you get spikes from one person, you get a dip in another. The part that I'm going to say, the first part's not that bold. That dip in production. It has to come from somewhere. And I think it comes from Joey Bosa. I think he'll only end up around 8-ish sacks this year. But the bold part will be that Joey Bosa also plays all 17 games and is healthy and available and ready in the playoffs.
That's mainly what anyone would care about, is he can do fine in the regular season.
And I also think that's a fair trade that everyone accepts the exchange on.
Yep, is that he's healthy.
He only gets me 8 sacks, but he's available now in the playoffs. Okay, let's do it.
I think the only thing that would be worrisome there is that, oh no, did we get healthy Joey Bosa, but a diminished healthy Joey Bosa?
I would say yes and no on that sort of thing, but also it might just be like maybe those 8 snaps come from a little more limited snap share.
Right.
So that you can keep him healthy and have him for 17 games.
Well, and it does sound like the Bills in the offseason mentioned that they kind of had
gets another.
Yeah, they had a plan for Bosa rather than just we're going to throw him out there and hope he stays healthy. They did have somewhat of a plan. And I would imagine that is on passing downs, third down, he's in there to pin his ears back and go.
And especially when Michael Hoyt comes back from the suspension, and Hoyt is a player that you and I have both pointed out, that's a player that in the preseason has outclassed a lot of his competition. He should not be there.
Yeah.
So when he's back, you have Bosa, Rousseau, Hoyt as your primary rotation. And that's where Bosa will look better as the season goes on. A lot of the focus is going to end up on Bosa right away. That's why 8 is a fair number for me. Is because of the fact that 1, a rotation is going to happen here, but 2, he's going to be the primary focus.
Right.
Greg Rousseau might be the biggest benefactor of the new offseason additions than anything else.
He is
Bosa
where I
being
go.
the focus means that he's not going to get a lot of early sack totals because you're going to get a lot of doubles.
Oh, yeah.
But that's going to free up Deion Walker. It's going to free up Greg Rousseau. It's going to free up Ed Oliver to make a couple more plays. It's going to free up TJ Sanders. That's where the prediction has its logic. It's not just me spitting out numbers just to spitting them out here. You got to be, if you're going to be bold, you also have to have the conviction, but also you have to have the logic behind it. You can't just throw anything out there to say. It's got to be one of those things where you understand where you're coming from before you say it. Like you said, Zach, I have to believe it. You have to believe it. I have to have logic behind it in order for me to not be scared to fire it off. The thought has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, no,
and
absolutely.
that's where it is. Bosa, a rotation, and early attention will be why he only ends up at 8 sacks, but the bold part of it being he gets through all 17 games and he's ready to go for the playoffs.
For me, sticking with the defense here, and you mentioned it, Greg Rousseau, I think he is poised for a breakout year. I've mentioned it a lot, too, that his year maybe was actually better than we're all giving him credit for. Just looking at the other pass rushing stats, not named sacks, he's top 15 in most of those categories, including quarterback hits where he's top 10, And he's right around guys that, here, I pulled it up from last year. At 24 QB hits, he's right around Nick Bonito, who's a guy that got 13.5 sacks for Denver, TJ Watt, George Karlaftis, Nick Bosa, the other Bosa brother. He's right around all of these guys. Now, there are certain players that are way ahead of them. Zach Allen at 40, Trey Hendrickson at 36, but Myles Garrett's only got 4 more QB hits than him. He's not that far off. It's not this insurmountable climb. And with that, I'm not saying that he's all of a sudden going to lead the league in sacks at 17.5. But he matched his career high last year at 8. And for me, at least, with that, with all the additions on the defensive line, with the fact that the underlying numbers point to Rousseau had a much better year than the sack total would tell you, I think he gets to around 12. And with that, kind of becomes the breakout player I've talked about that the Bills need on defense, whether it be Benford, Bernard, or Rousseau. I think one of those three, if not two of those three, needs to break out and become kind of a closer. I think Rousseau is going to be that guy. He has all the physical tools. We know that. He has started to put it together, and now you got better on the interior of the defensive line, I think. Even with just the rookies, the numbers they've added there tell you they're going to be better there. Hoyt coming back in week 6 should really help out. Bosa being there should help out. And I just look at it now also, a healthy linebacker room, maybe a better secondary as well, is going to allow Rousseau to maybe have better chances on third down. They do need to be better there, though. They were one of the worst third down defenses last year. I think 26th in the league in terms of third down conversion rates. If Rousseau can become that closer like I think he can, it points to him having a really big year for them. I had 12 sacks just because double digit. It's a good number.
It's a great year, though.
It's not, 8 more sacks than he had last year, 16.5, 16, or what have you. But again, I look at the QB hits, I look at the pressure numbers. They're all top 15 for pass rushers. The only one that's a top 25 is sacks at 8.
And that's more or less your logic behind it is you just close a couple more plays, just a second faster, just a half second faster. And in the NFL, a half second is an incredible difference.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
A second is a lifetime. But by your logic, it is simply he gets home just that much faster this year as opposed to last year, and he stays consistent in his overall production.
I look at these QB hit numbers. I mean, you've got guys that are around him. TJ Watt had 11.5 sacks with 3 more QB hits. Nick Bonito, who I brought up, had the same number, had 13.5 sacks. Will McDonald had 10.5. Daniil Hunter, 12. Parsons, 12. And this is going with the QB hits to their numbers. Parsons had 23. Daniil Hunter had 23. He's right around where these guys are. He just wasn't finishing at the same level that they were. And that's where I think it changes. He goes from not just being a really good run edge setter and run defender and a pretty good pass rusher. I think he completes that next step into being a very good, if not elite, pass rusher with the improvements around him on the defense. I thought that was initially going to be Ed Oliver this year, maybe going back to that 9.5 sack season he had.
Right.
You get the more well-rounded interior of the defensive line. You also add Bosa and Rousseau, who I like, and they kind of add to it. I think it'll actually be Rousseau who benefits the most from it because I think he's actually the one that is poised to break out, where Oliver, it is starting to look more and more like that 9.5 sack season is a bit of an anomaly. That it just happened to be, him and Daquan Jones were hitting on all cylinders, and that year came of it.
I want you to be wrong about that so bad.
Oh, yeah. Well, no. Oliver himself could also have a good year, don't get me wrong.
I want you to be wrong about that part, about the anomaly so bad.
But it's starting to look like it.
But I also like Ed Oliver, and I'm letting my personal bias get in the way there.
I get it.
That is what it is. And you got to admit that sort of thing. All right. So, how bold are you feeling here, Zach? What kind of bold are we talking coming up next? And for me, I think it is, what is the lifeblood of the Bills' defense? Turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
Who is going to lead the way this year? And my answer is going to be in the middle. It's Terrell Bernard.
Okay.
Bernard has done this already. Like, he's a guy that makes the splash plays. Both Milano back and the secondary improved and the D line also improved. It might force the football out a lot sooner. Terrell Bernard has a knack for these things, and I think that Terrell Bernard leads this team in interceptions.
Do you have a number?
4.
Okay.
Yeah. Last year, 2 leads the team at any point because everyone was getting involved. I'm going with 4. Mostly because, A, it is pretty well spread throughout the defense.
Mm-hmm.
But B, Bernard, he has a knack for making plays. And I think a fully healthy season for him would allow that to continue and get back to what he does, which is create plays that give you the football.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think 4. 4 is a healthy amount there. It gives you credence to the playmaking ability of him. The Bills believe in it because they give him that contract extension.
Mm-hmm.
He was probably one of the few over the offseason that was like, that probably wasn't as discounty as the others.
That's right. Yeah.
Like with Rousseau and Shakir's contract extensions, it looked like, oh, you guys might have taken a little cut from projected value.
Mm-hmm.
Bernard, not so much. It was you're paid pretty much exactly what market value dictates you might be at. And then obviously with James Cook. But I think it's Buffalo's paid him because they believe in him being not just a leader of the defense, but leadership only goes so far. Big players make big plays. You have to be able to do that. And that's where Terrell Bernard does excel with this defense. Tremaine Edmonds leaves this defense, and right away, off the rip, Bernard is making plays. Because it's just who he is. It's in his DNA at this point. He's a cerebral type player that knows what he's doing and where to be.
Yeah. And you're right. I mean, right away, he showed he has a knack for getting the ball. And they value that more than almost anything on the defense because they keep doing it.
It's bizarre. They are top 10 in collecting turnovers ever since Sean McDermott has taken over the Buffalo Bills franchise.
I think at least the last 3 years they've been top 5 in takeaways.
So now it is no longer this thing of it's one of the biggest deviations year to year between defenses is turnovers. Sometimes you have a really high year and then you end up back to the median, or there's a year where you don't get enough of them and you're back to the middle of the pack again, and it's seen as this gigantic jump. The Bills, they stay atop of it every year in turnovers. They stay in the top echelon. The numbers might differ from year to year, but they still seem to be at the top of the league no matter what.
It really is stunning. They're able to do it. Because it is the stat everyone goes to. And we'll have national guests on all of our shows here on WGR.
Right.
And most people say, well, you expect that to regress to the median or what have you. Not expecting turnover luck, but it keeps happening every single year. Every single year under McDermott, it keeps happening. And it has become, and even we were guilty of that too, talking about it going into the playoffs of like, look, I don't care if the overall line on turnovers, just win the damn thing. Just get it done this year then. When in reality, it's like, no, they kind of do this every year, actually.
And that is where they live by the sword and they die by the sword. If you don't get that in one game, it kills you.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that's what happens against Kansas City. Kansas City is a team that makes less mistakes. Not often less mistakes than you. But if it's an even on the turnover battle, for example, you're still not winning that battle.
Yeah.
Baltimore, it was different. You won that game because they turned the football over and you didn't.
Mm-hmm. Real quick, we do have some breaking news here. The numbers have not come out yet, but multiple reports now. I'm seeing it from Jordan Schultz, but I know Tom Pelissero, also one of the reporters on this. Bengals and All-Pro defensive end Trey Hendrickson are in the final stages of agreeing on a new deal. It was reported earlier this morning that they were restarting negotiations right around when Terry McLaurin had signed his deal, and now it looks to be very much towards the finishing stages here of Trey Hendrickson staying in Cincinnati and getting his deal done. That will leave just Micah Parsons as the lone guy holding out now as he waits for a new contract.
I have something on that on my sheet. Micah Parsons in terms of bold predictions.
Mm-hmm.
And it said in these exact words, the Micah Parsons project ends with a year-long holdout.
I just don't know if it makes it to a year. Oh, man.
Dude, if you're napping on the medical table
at
the game, you really don't respect the ownership anymore. And while I understand it, because Jerry Jones does not deserve your respect the way he's been treating you, and to a point where he's violating NFLPA rules, really, with negotiations, not contacting an agent.
Yeah, I was listening to ESPN this morning. I think Ryan Clark just straight up said, like, I'm expecting something from the NFLPA in the coming days.
The problem is the NFLPA is such a mess right now, you can't rely on them. What can you rely on? Yourself. How do you protect yourself in this negotiation process or really try to get what you want, which is out of Dallas? You don't play. And with this agent, the last time that this card was played, it was about Deshaun Watson, but it got him the largest guaranteed contract in NFL history.
Mm-hmm.
So Why not go back to the well as an agent? It worked for you already. Micah Parsons isn't a despicable human being like Deshaun Watson has proven to be. So, why don't you try it? My bold prediction is, while McLaurin and Hendrickson have gotten their stuff figured out, 1 week later from its ugliest points from what we were seeing, the Parsons and Cowboys situation is getting uglier.
Yeah, it seems to be as far away as it possibly could be.
It's not that it's every day we seem to get that statement again. It's as far away as it could be. Teams will not be able to pony up what they want for him yet, because Dallas probably thinks that in their pride of Jerry Jones is probably one of the most proud people that there is, not just in football but in like the world. Annoyingly so. So with one side so far away from the other, and there's a refusal to meet in the middle, sitting out is the only real option. And I think that they go with that card because the agent is not scared of doing that, because Watson sat out an entire year to get what he wanted, which was out of Houston.
Yeah.
Why not go back to it? Because it worked if you're the agent.
I think they could go back to it. For me, it comes down to, and why I can't see this getting, he could miss a few games, don't get me wrong. Really where I think this ends, the day before the opener. I think this ends next Wednesday or even Thursday morning. Jones likes to be in the spotlight. We all know that. We all get that.
Right.
And to be fair, having watched more of the documentary, I think this is exactly how Jerry wanted it. The documentary is good. No one can stop talking about me because it's preseason and I'm the only big story going on right now. I'm not saying Parsons is playing a role in it, but I do think very quickly, all of a sudden, oh yeah, the agent, come back in. Let's get this deal done because actually I do need you back on the field. I would be very surprised.
I want him to say no.
No, it'd be great. It would be great. And to be fair, I think there'd even be a part of Jerry going, fantastic. Let's ride this baby out the rest of the year because we might not be good this year.
And then you can blame it on Parsons.
Absolutely. I think this gets done, though, because Jerry will have been like, okay, we've had our fun. I've been in the media almost endlessly for the last month. Now let's finish this up.
But now the problem is that you've gone ahead and you've upset an agent that has willingly put a player out of holding out of a team for an entire season.
Yeah.
The agent may call the play again.
Oh, absolutely could. Absolutely
and
could.
that's my prediction at this point, is that Parsons stays out until he is dealt. And a team has to overpay to free him, but he stays out.
How long do you think, because you said a year and holdout, but realistically, if the trade thing became serious, do you think it takes a whole year before a team is able to give a deal large enough to Jerry Jones for him to be like, you know what, actually, let's just do that. Let's just do that.
I do think that it has to do with the ability to get things done, and furthermore, the willingness to want to stay out is the other portion of this.
Yeah.
Parsons probably wants to play.
Oh, absolutely.
But the other part of it is, I feel like he has been so disrespected, and Jerry Jones is violating an NFLPA rule with a union that is fighting amongst itself right now. The only hands that you can trust are your own. That's the uniqueness in the situation. It's because the PA does not have the ability right now to fight for you. So there's no choice but to fight for yourself.
803-0550, the number to call. Adam Schefter tweeting out some of the details today for Bengals and Trey Hendrickson. They reach an agreement. It is a $14 million raise for this year, boosting his 2025 salary to $30 million. He is still scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent after this season. So he does not get a long-term deal, but he does get a pay raise this year, and then will hit unrestricted free agency next offseason. Zach Jones, Derek Kramer filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog. We'll get to more of our bowl predictions and yours as well after this quick timeout. You're listening to Schopp and the Bulldog, and this is WGR.
And now it's about to...
I want to start today is, as we mentioned, the preseason is wrapped up. Cut day is tomorrow. Joe mentioned the update. 4 o'clock is the deadline. And to be fair, looking at the Bills, there aren't, at least to me, a lot of question marks. I think on Saturday, Tyrell Shavers solidified himself. I think he's making this roster. I don't think it's on the practice squad. I think he's done enough that would cause the Bills to be a little worried if you throw him on the practice squad that he won't be there the next day. I think Elijah Moore is making the team. I think Curtis Samuel is making the team, even though he was not there over the weekend due to an illness. It sounds like practice, once he's gotten healthy, has done much better for him. Dane Jackson played really late into the game on Saturday against Tampa.
All the way through the end.
Yeah, and so I could fully see him getting cut and that going the exact way it was sounding like it was going to, even before the Trey Wood injury. So for me, a lot of it now actually is, what the hell is the Jordan Phillips signing going to do to all of this?
And my bet
That's the big one.
My bet is it has to do with Dwayne Carter or Daquan Jones. A lot of people are immediately going to the second-year player in Carter on this. He hasn't had a good enough camp. He's been pretty quiet, not enough splash plays, especially when you're seeing Walker coming up with one in every game. Mm-hmm. And then this past Saturday, easily looks like one of the better defensive tackles on the depth chart at this point. So it doesn't bode well for him. But I also do think it might be, can we stash Dwayne Carter on the practice squad?
Oof.
The team might be asking themselves that.
The team might be asking
that. Or
that.
Daquan Jones. Do they think that they've found enough from what they have to where they move on from the veteran?
And I love Daquan Jones. And 2 years ago, he and Ed Oliver were causing a big problem for opposing offenses from the interior of the defensive line. If it's Carter, though, that sucks. That's a whiff. And while I personally don't care, that is also the pick that you kind of wanted to tout, saying, well, we didn't take Worthy, but we got this guy and Keon Coleman. If by year 2 you're already like, yes, that third-round pick's on the practice squad, that's a rough look.
The preseason is come and gone, and the Bills continue to gear up for the regular season. Cutdown day is tomorrow. The first game will be September 7th with an 8:20 kickoff for Sunday Night Football. Some roster news for the Bills. Defensive tackle Jordan Phillips has officially signed to the Bills' active roster. Our Sal Capaccio reports that he is signing to the current active roster so he can begin working out in this interim period while there is space in the 90-man roster. He will be released and re-signed to the team's practice squad on Wednesday. Around the NFL, per Adam Schefter, Bengals and Trey Hendrickson have reached agreements today on a $14 million raise for this season, boosting his 2025 salary to $30 million. Per sources, Hendrickson is still scheduled to become unrestricted free agent after this season. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin has agreed to a 3-year extension worth over $96 million with the Commanders. Hendon Hooker has been released from the Lions, and the Panthers have released quarterback Bryce Perkins. In baseball, the Nationals are at Yankee Stadium for a 7:05 first pitch. The Red Sox are in Baltimore taking on the Orioles at 6:35, and the Blue Jays are hosting the Twins at 7:07. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Kelly for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yeah, and he knows he didn't play last week the way he wanted to play. You know, he was on an upward trajectory, and then he had the game, and he wanted some plays back for sure in that game, and thought he had a good week, very intentional week of practice, and then you see the result tonight, right? So that's the journey of a young player, and we're going to have to count on these young players, and there's going to be some moments where it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and so, you know, with that, when they're taking that step back, we have to get them back as quickly as we can to those next 2 steps forward, and so that's mentally, physically, the whole way, so that's important for us.
Buffalo Bills head coach Sean McDermott talking about rookie defensive tackle Deion Walker, building a consistency and making sure even if there is going to be the steps back to keep pushing forward in their development. Speaking of the Bills, we do have some news on them. And this is coming from our own Sal Capaccio. He is reporting, and I'll just read his tweet right off as he's tweeted it. It is my understanding he is signing to the current active roster, this being Jordan Phillips, so that he can begin working on his interim time period while there is space on the 90-man roster. Phillips will then be released and then re-signed to the team's practice squad on Wednesday. So again, Jordan Phillips will be signing to the 90-man roster in the interim time to get work with the team, will be released, re-signed, and will be on the team's practice squad on Wednesday. Makes a lot more sense, and a lot of the maybe, I don't say doomsday scenarios, because the doomsday scenarios for some of these guys are pointing to maybe not being true.
Right.
That they're not losing faith in Dwayne Carter or Daquan Jones or Larry Ogunjobi. It is literally, we want to bring this guy on. He's going to be part of a good rotational player for them. Could be put on the practice squad and very fine from there. You also heard it from Joe in the update as well. Trey Hendrickson gets a $14 million pay raise this year. However, he is still going to be a free agent at the end of this year. So they ultimately were not able to come to an agreement on a long-term deal with him. And I think even at 30, Derek, he's going to be one of the most sought-after free agents on the market.
Good. I never have to hear about the poor negotiation tactics of the Cincinnati Bengals with Trey Hendrickson ever again.
And then this coming down in the last 5 minutes or so, as Jacoby Myers requests a trade from the Raiders, Amari Cooper signs with the Raiders on a 1-year deal. He has absolutely been one of the names that have just kind of been like almost eye-popping that he was still available.
Why he was never signed.
Yeah. I was wondering if he was really shot. I mean, like genuinely where it was just like he physically doesn't have it anymore.
He didn't look shot with Buffalo.
No, but I wondered if something happened in the offseason where it's just like, that's not going to work. But turns out he's kind of just waiting for a spot, gets on with the Raiders, and they've got a young receiver room that I think he can do something there. Brock Bowers is going to be the main guy, don't get me wrong. But Cooper can come in with, a room that's kind of Jack Besh and a bunch of guys. Could probably do pretty well there.
Yeah, and it's also very beneficial to him that he'd be able to step into also an organization that drafted him.
That is right. I forgot about that. I completely forgot that. I don't know why in my head Cooper started as a Cowboy.
He got traded there. He got his big contract there.
Yeah.
But he was drafted a Raider.
Good for him.
So
Oakland Raider, right? They were not in Vegas yet at all.
Not yet.
He's an Oakland Raider.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's like a homecoming, but like also like, oh, this is new. That's kind of cool. I kind of like that.
It's also weird, though, that, like, even if I said 5 years ago, no, they're in Vegas still.
Yeah. We're getting to that point where it's just normal now. We are getting there.
I need a cane.
803-0550, the number 2 call. We'll get to the rest of our bowl predictions here in just a moment, but let's get connected to our fans. Brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. We go to Jonathan on the line. Jonathan, how are we doing this afternoon?
I'm doing good. Thanks for being on the show. My bold prediction is that this could be Andy Reid's final year and could be the beginning of the end of at least this phase of the Chiefs dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
It might be wishful thinking, but Andy Reid's 57 years old. I mean, the Chiefs are still going to be good, but they have question marks on the offensive line. Travis Kelce looks like he's over the hill, so I don't know how much further Mahomes can get with this group. So it might be wishful thinking. I could be eating these words as they win another Super Bowl. But I think this could be the beginning of the end of the Chiefs dynasty, or at least this phase of the Chiefs dynasty. I have to listen.
Jonathan, thanks for the call. We are kind of getting to that point, though, with Reid. It's getting a little long in the tooth. He's been the Chiefs coach since 2013. He's also been continuously a head coach in the NFL since '99.
We've also heard zero rumblings about that sort of thing.
That's right. This is not like normal.
I don't think that. Ready? Like how you are not ready to believe about picking someone other than the Chiefs to win the AFC West until I see it. Why? Because I dealt with this already. His name was Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
He's getting long in the tooth. Nope. They literally
can't go on forever.
They literally have to crash out.
Yeah.
To finally be rid of Bill Belichick.
Yeah. Andy Reid also 67, not 57. He's been though a head coach continuously
he might have said
since
it,
99.
Maybe the radio, maybe the phone didn't pick it up on that one, but yes, he is up there.
I do wonder with that.
I believe it when I see it, though.
I wonder though, is anyone even asking the question? And I'm not saying reporters are doing a bad job, but coming off a Super Bowl loss, you've got some young talent there. The one you're more curious about is always Travis Kelce, because to the caller's point, he looks like he's over the hill. We've kind of been at that, though, for a while, and you wonder if his game is going to age well. But maybe no one asking Reid or really wondering around the room if this is going to be it, where in reality he might be sitting there going, yeah, I probably got a year or two left.
Maybe, but I think that when it happens as a surprise. I will believe it when I see it.
Yeah, right.
Mostly because I already dealt with this before.
I mean,
a dynastic run with a coach nearing 70.
And he's back in college, by the way.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick's North Carolina debut, Monday Night Football against TCU.
Right.
Next Monday.
Oh, that's right.
I'm very excited for that game. Josh Hoover's the starting quarterback at TCU. But yeah, his
I'm glad we had this conversation.
His debut will be next Monday night.
That's going to be awesome.
You do wonder, though, with Reid. Reid's such a fun guy to look back at in terms of his career because of great in Philadelphia, could not get over the hump. I mean, that was his entire thing. And his tenure in Kansas City started that exact same way. You have the comeback, the Colts comeback against them. You have Marcus Mariota beating them in Kansas City. Not great. And then it's almost like the light turned on. Mahomes gets there.
Yeah, interesting light.
And it's just it's inarguable. Andy Reid's maybe the top 5 NFL coach all time.
And now it's more rare that he doesn't get over the hump.
Right. It's crazy to look at his career. And you mentioned it, Vegas. Now 5 years ago, we're sitting here going, yeah, they're still in Vegas. Like we got to get used to that. I think many of us have had to start getting used to the fact that Andy Reid's no longer that quote unquote playoff choker. That was a huge mantra for him for years, and it's just gone. And because I always love this too, bringing it back to college football here for just a moment. Josh Pate, who I listen to a lot for college football, he's a wonderful show. I think he's just signed deals with On3 and a few other people. It should be a lot of fun. But he mentioned it all the time, and I've somewhat tried to take that to heart. This somewhat, I don't want to say wise wisdom, but just kind of his thought process.
I know which quote you're about to say, and Bills fans take solace in what he's about to say.
But it's basically when he's talking college coaches like James Franklin and Kalen DeBoer and Steve Sarkisian, it's always he hears a lot of they can't do it, they can't do it, they can't do it. And he's always taken it, no, they haven't done it yet. It's not that they can't do it, they haven't done it yet. And Reid fits that like a glove in the NFL. For years it was, he's a great coach, builds great teams. They will lose either the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl. They just will. They will have a collapse of epic proportions. It is going to suck, and it's going to be super painful. And to be fair, when he left Philadelphia, it was absolutely the right time. They went 8-8 and then 4-12. I have zero issues with them firing.
A literal crash out.
Yeah.
Kind of like with Belichick.
But since he's gotten to Kansas City, really, it has kind of just been awesome for them. And I'm not saying like they got to fire, like the Bills had to fire McDermott for him to go somewhere else and discover that. That's not the case. Right. It is just more Reed was a guy that could not do it and then did it and now kind of can't stop doing it. They keep going to Super Bowls. The AFC Championship is borderline the Kansas City Invitational. It's the Arrowhead Invitational.
So you're telling me that a coach that has endured tons of pain and has been unable to close finally breaks through and wins so many times that you forget what it's like to actually have that pain?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Sean McDermott comes from the Andy Reid coaching tree.
Yeah. It's
let the evil thought pour into your minds, children.
I really, really do like Reid and kind of his story. There's some stuff off the field, especially with his family, that's less than ideal. But in terms of the coach and the story and the rise and the fall and then the rise again, really entertaining and just kind of like also a guy that's coached for 28 years in a row.
I can't wait.
You're going to have those peaks and valleys.
I can't wait for the good karma to drop on Sean McDermott then.
It'd be great. 803-0550, the number to call. Let's go back to the phones here. Frank is with us next. Frank, how we doing?
Hi, how are you guys?
Doing well.
We're hanging.
Okay, I got three real quick things to say. I'm going to say them real quick. 16-1 for the Bills. Tre'Davious White, All-Pro.
There we go.
And number three, Jordan Phillips. He came back to Buffalo. First off, he said he didn't want to play anywhere else but Buffalo or he would retire. He is a Buffalo guy. If you go to the games, you see him on the sidelines all the time. Bringing up all the excitement for the fans. Mm-hmm. And he's a big guy, and he can definitely get plugged in if he needs to.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, Frank. And that's,
Frank, appreciate the
call. I think that's why they brought him back was exactly that, is they can plug him in. He's a vet. He knows, and they got a lot of young guys on that defensive line.
What install do you need to do with Jordan Phillips? Yeah. Like, playbook-wise, what install do you need to do with him?
And to Sal's point, too, he's going to sign to the practice squad, or he's going to get released and then re-signed to the practice squad. But for right now, he's on the 90-man roster to get ramped up, to get ready to go. And so, yeah, they're going to have him ready when they need him. We do have some Bills roster.
I was just going to say, speaking of the 90-man roster, Mike White released, the quarterback, being released per Tom Pelissero on that one, meaning obviously Mitch Trubisky, quarterback 2. Did Shane Buechele push him out? Push Mike White out the door?
I don't want to say it.
I'll say it. He was good enough that you could actually evaluate the wide receivers on Saturday.
He was really dynamic.
I think Buechele
really well.
I think Buechele pushed Mike White out the door.
I just think they may not carry 3 quarterbacks in the 53-man roster, but to my point, I said it to Sal too. Buechele, I think, at least put himself in a position where you're going to have an NFL job,
right?
Whether it be with the Bills on the practice squad or somebody else goes, we need a backup, and he looked really good against Tampa. I think that's absolutely the case there.
Yeah.
And Mike White, I don't think ever really got away from Trubisky, and then when he had his start, it was not good at all.
It was the toughest that we'd seen the Bills in the preseason.
Yeah, just flat out.
When White started. So I don't know if that's an accident at this point anymore, fair or unfair, but you can't get that far behind in a game, like have that poor of a performance, and expect to come out of it the other side when the practice squad quarterback, the guy that's seen as the 4th one on the depth chart, takes the whole game in preseason game number 3 and misses all 5 passes. I'm pretty sure White had only 4 completions on 12 attempts against the Bears.
That sounds about right. They could not move the ball.
Yeah, nobody could move the ball, and it just. I do think that Mike White, obviously, he did not do enough on his own, but it wasn't Trubisky that pushed him out the door. I think it was Buechele.
Could have been. 803-0550, the number to call. Bold predictions. I know, I promise we'll get to ours here in just a moment. We had to take some calls. We'll get to ours, though. We got a few more. Some Bills ones and then NFL at large as well. Zach Jones and Derek Kramer filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog, and you're listening to WGR. season. So sticking on the Bills here, you were at camp, you were at practice, we've wrapped up the preseason. What are your feelings with this team? I think for a lot of Bills fans as well, we can kind of get locked into, we're all Bills fans, we're looking at the Bills. Everything can kind of get to a certain point after months of talking about them, a very negative connotation around them. But from you, for a more national perspective, how do you feel they've kind of built this off season?
So I talked to Brandon Beane about this, and it's obvious, right? It's that the offense didn't let them down, and the defense, they felt like they could get more fourth quarter stops against whether it's Lamar Jackson, which you can always get more stops with how that game ended, or of course Patrick Mahomes. They want to be able to rush the passer in waves, and one of the things Beane had said to me was, watch the Super Bowl, and obviously what the Eagles were able to do, they were able to get an early lead and then pin their ears back and go after Patrick Mahomes, and the game was over by halftime, essentially, right? And so I think every team is trying to build that kind of platoon in the front seven, where it's just 8 or 9 guys who can legitimately rush the passer. But I think with the Bills, that's the missing element of it. And so what was interesting to me was talking to those guys about the kind of Super Bowl or bust narrative, do or die narrative. I think they have the same attitude as the Ravens, which is, no, it's not Super Bowl or bust. They're not all in. They've got a window here. It's not like everybody's going to cancel their contract, as Deion Dawkins says, if we don't win it this year. So I think they're very honest about where they are in the evolution, and they know that there are 3 or 4 teams that are going to be in the mix to win this in late January, and then it might come down, nobody wants to hear it, to fumble luck or a kick or something like that, because it is such a strong conference on the AFC side.
All the fields are gone.
Where I do want to start today is, as we mentioned, the preseason is wrapped up. Cut day is tomorrow. Joe mentioned the update. 4 o'clock is the deadline. And to be fair, looking at the Bills, there aren't, at least to me, a lot of question marks. I think on Saturday, Tyrell Shavers solidified himself. I think he's making this roster. I don't think it's on the practice squad. I think he's done enough that would cause the Bills to be a little worried if you threw him on the practice squad that he won't be there the next day. I think Elijah Moore is making the team. I think Curtis Samuel is making the team, even though he was not there over the weekend due to an illness. It sounds like practice, once he's gotten healthy, has done much better for him. Dane Jackson played really late into the game on Saturday against Tampa. All the way
through the end.
Yeah, and so I could fully see him getting cut and that going the exact way it was sounding like it was going to, even before the Trey Wood injury. So for me, a lot of it now actually is, what the hell is the Jordan Phillips signing going to do to all of this?
And my bet
That's the big one.
My bet is it has to do with Dwayne Carter or Daquan Jones. A lot of people are immediately going to the second-year player in Carter on this. He hasn't had a good enough camp. He's been pretty quiet, not enough splash plays, especially when you're seeing Walker coming up with one in every game. Mm-hmm. And then this past Saturday, easily looks like one of the better defensive tackles on the depth chart at this point. So it doesn't bode well for him. But I also do think it might be, can we stash Dwayne Carter on the practice squad?
Oof.
The team might be asking themselves that.
The team might be asking that.
Or Daquan Jones. Do they think that they've found enough from what they have to where they move on from the veteran?
And I love Daquan Jones. And 2 years ago, he and Ed Oliver were causing a big problem for opposing offenses from the interior of the defensive line. If it's Carter, though, that sucks. That's a whiff. And while I personally don't care, that is also the pick that you kind of wanted to tout, saying, well, we didn't take Worthy, but we got this guy and Keon Coleman. If by year 2 you're already like, yes, that third-round pick's on the practice squad, that's a rough look.
We've been living in sin so long, all the fields are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day, alright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street.
Welcome back, everyone. Zach Jones, Derek Kramer, filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog here on what is now actually turned into a kind of sunny Monday. Most of today was just pouring rain. Sal was talking to us. He's down in Olean, dealt with rain to start his golf day. That's never a good sign. When you get soaking wet on the first 6 holes, that is a tough start to your round of golf. So tough start.
In the breaks, I'm so not used to having a camera on me, by the way.
I don't know if you'll ever get used to it.
I never will, because I started drumming because, again, YouTube, copyrights, all that other stuff. Joe Kelly played a banger of a song coming back in.
Right.
Radio's Joe Kelly always doing this to me. And so, now I'm dancing or drumming along. And I'm never going to get used to this life, Zach.
No need to get used to it.
Also, look at this face. I should not be on a camera. What are you guys talking about?
You're fine. You got it. 803-0550, the number to call. We've been talking bowl predictions, taking your calls to the point that we stopped giving ours. And so real quick here before we hit our next break, I kind of hinted at it when we were talking about Keon Coleman. I think he's in for a breakout year. Likewise to what Khalil Shakir was able to do from his second year to last year, where he really broke out. And for me, I look at, just averaging under 20 yards per catch, the fact that everything in camp is saying that he really has started to stack good practices, and even some of the issues that he maybe had to start camp seem to be disappearing. The kind of casual drops, what have you. We haven't really heard much of that. And so for this, do I think Keon Coleman's ever going to be a 100-catch guy in a season? No. I don't think he necessarily needs to be, though, to be the quote-unquote number one for the Bills, the guy that they go to make a play, or even just the guy that has the big numbers. Sal mentioned he thinks there's a good chance he maybe could have a Pro Bowl-type year. For me, I'm not going to put any accolades on it, but just say I think 75-plus catches and 1,000 yards and 7-8 touchdowns. I don't want to give him double-digit touchdowns necessarily, but 7-8 touchdowns. And I think at the end of the bold prediction is I think by the end of this year, 95% of Bills fans will be very happy with Keon Coleman, the wide receiver.
And I'm going to agree with you in some sort of way here. I think the difference is where we think the yards are going to end up. I think Keon Coleman ends up the leader of this team in receiving yards this year. Mm-hmm. I also think it's in the 850-yard range.
Oof.
And it's not a bad thing.
No.
It more plays into the everybody eats mantra that they all seem to really embrace. But it also ties into, because it's an everybody eats, because it is a balanced offense, and because the run game is something they still like to integrate, I think Josh Allen throws for under 4,000 yards.
It'll be curious if that happens. A lot of them being able to lean into the run, they had leads late. They were really able to just kind of finish out games. I think they were like maybe 25th, 26th in the league in terms of total passing attempts. They were down at the bottom. I don't know the exact number, but they were low in that. I've kind of hinted at it throughout the offseason. I just don't know if they want to stay that close to running the ball as much as they did with Allen as their quarterback. And I think with the talent being better, they may push more to pass. But I also could see your scenario where it's
200 yards more on the season for Josh Allen. He's still under 4,000 yards.
No, that's right. He's still under. Yeah. Funny enough, I remember around this time I saw the betting markets out there. I think his total for over-under was like 3,600 yards passing. I thought that was crazy. And it turns out it was pretty spot on for what you actually should have been betting. But for, 4 years up to that point, he threw 4,000 yards comfortably. And last year it may not be an anomaly. It may just be the new norm. I think, though, they go back to a little bit more passing. 803-0550, the number to call. Your bold predictions this season for the Bills or in the NFL. Coming up after this quick timeout, Zach Jones, Derek Kramer filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog, and this is WGR.
Let's go! All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster
start today is, as we mentioned, the preseason is wrapped up. Cut day is tomorrow. Joe mentioned the update. 4 o'clock is the deadline. And to be fair, looking at the Bills, there aren't, at least to me, a lot of question marks. I think on Saturday, Tyrell Shavers solidified himself. I think he's making this roster. I don't think it's on the practice squad. I think he's done enough that would cause the Bills to be a little worried if you threw him on the practice squad that he won't be there the next day. I think Elijah Moore is making the team. I think Curtis Samuel is making the team, even though he was not there over the weekend due to an illness. It sounds like practice, once he's gotten healthy, has done much better for him. Dane Jackson played really late into the game on Saturday against Tampa.
All the way through the end.
Yeah, and so I could fully see him getting cut and that going the exact way it was sounding like it was going to even before the Trey Wood injury. So for me, a lot of it now actually is what the hell is the Jordan Phillips signing going to do to all of this?
And my bet
That's the big one.
My bet is it has to do with Dwayne Carter or Daquan Jones. A lot of people are immediately going to the second-year player in Carter on this. He hasn't had a good enough camp. He's been pretty quiet, not enough splash plays, especially when you're seeing Walker coming up with one in every game. Mm-hmm. And then this past Saturday, easily looks like one of the better defensive tackles on the depth chart at this point. So it doesn't bode well for him. But I also do think it might be, can we stash Dwayne Carter on the practice squad?
Oof.
The team might be asking themselves that.
The team might be asking that.
Or Daquan Jones. Do they think that they've found enough from what they have to where they move on from the veteran?
And I love Daquan Jones. And 2 years ago, he and Ed Oliver were causing a big problem for opposing offenses from the interior of the defensive line. If it's Carter, though, that sucks. That's a whiff. And while I personally don't care, that is also the pick that you kind of wanted to tout, saying, well, we didn't take Worthy, but we got this guy and Keon Coleman. If by year 2 you're already like, yes, that third-round pick's on the practice squad, that's a rough look.
With the roller coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster.
Roster moves for the Buffalo Bills. Defensive tackle Jordan Phillips has officially signed with the Bills. Per our Sal Capaccio, he reports that he is signing to the current active roster, so now he can begin working out in this interim time period while there is space on the 90-man roster. He will be released and then re-signed to the team's practice squad on Wednesday. Also, quarterback Mike White has been released. Around the NFL, per Adam Schefter, the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson have reached an agreement today on a $14 million raise for this year, boosting his 2025 salary to $30 million per year. This season, Hendrickson is still scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent after this year. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin has agreed to a 3-year extension worth over $96 million with the Commanders. Amari Cooper has signed a 1-year deal with the Raiders. Jacoby Myers has requested a trade. Hendon Hooker has been released from the Lions, and the Panthers have released cornerback Bryce Perkins. In baseball, the Nationals are at Yankee Stadium for a 7:05 first pitch. The Red Sox are in Baltimore taking on the Orioles at 6:35, and the Blue Jays hosting the Twins at 7:07. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp. You look at some porn site and somebody sees you and they're like, "Oh, you're looking at a porn site?" Like, no, that is not what I'm doing. I just got a new computer and this is the default homepage. And the Bulldog.
That is the Super Bowl. It's Pat Summerall and the porn ladies, and they're right on top of each other.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
That is the dangers of modern-day Twitter.
No.
Absolutely no. Zach Jones, Derek Kramer, hanging with you here. Filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog. Mike will be back tomorrow. Bulldog is off this week. He'll be back next Tuesday. Will be off Labor Day on Monday. Tuesday will be officially the start of game week. And with that, we're doing some bold predictions today. Before we get back to ours, though, 803-0550, the number to call. You want to give yours. We did have a lot of contract stuff coming out today.
Yeah, a little bit of news today. Kind of a busy day.
Kind of a busy day. You know what? To be fair, though, makes a lot of sense with the fact that a bunch of these rosters are going to be, in a way, culled. I mean, you're going to have a lot of talent out there. It's better to just get some of this done now and get rolling. I mean, that was a big thing with Terry McLaurin, who we really haven't been able to touch on today, though. He does get his big deal, 3 years, upwards of $96 million, and it's good for $32 million per year?
Right.
He gets his deal done. Trey Hendrickson is ultimately going to hit unrestricted free agency next year, although they can tag him, so don't worry. The Bengals aren't done yet, probably.
No, I sure as hell hope they are.
But he gets a big pay bump in this year's deal, which is good for him. There's been a lot of stuff going on. The McLaurin one is interesting just because that one seemed to get really, really aggressive only recently.
Right.
And before it was more, it felt like they were so far apart. I think what was the word, like $7-8 million apart in terms of total money or yearly earnings. And then even before that too, it didn't feel like it felt almost like the James Cook situation, that it wasn't going to be that toxic. They were eventually going to figure it out and you're going to be just fine. And then he left mandatory minicamp early.
Right.
And that's where like the whole thing switched where it was like, oh, that's really not good. Again, funny enough, and to be fair, a lot of us maybe saw this coming. James Cook ends up being like the least tension-filled, least animosity-filled hold-in of the offseason by a country mile.
Right.
But McLaurin, up until that point, it didn't feel like that was going to be much of a problem, and then it really became a problem. But they get it done. They needed to get it done, Derek. If you were going into your year with Deebo Samuel as your number one wide receiver off an NFC championship game, you were staring down the barrel of, hey, we were really having to make the playoffs 1 year. That's what you were looking at. Even with how talented I think Jaden Daniels is, we saw that already with C.J. Stroud in Houston. Had a great first year, win a playoff game. He has a historic rookie year in Stroud. And then all of a sudden, Slowick's not very good. The offensive line is terrible. Even the additions they made at wide receiver don't ultimately work. Tank Dell gets hurt and Stephon Diggs gets hurt.
Right.
And while they make the playoffs, at this time last year, we're talking about the Houston Texans, kind of like how at least me and some of us, some of the other people out there, talk about Denver as being a team of like, hey, check out that team. Look what they're doing. Houston was that.
Yeah.
And very quickly it fell apart. Washington, I don't want to say was absolutely feeling that pressure because I think it was worse. With what their wide receiver room could be without Terry McLaurin, the fact that they won so many of those games that were one-score games, a lot of luck plays into that, a lot of just stuff happens. They are a very good team. I think Jaden Daniels is going to be a great quarterback, but they needed to get this done, or a lot of the goodwill they really started to build could have gone poof in 4 or 5 weeks.
And that was why the whole holdout with McLaurin really didn't make sense on the team level for the Commanders. Was you have a guy who stuck through the Dan Snyder ownership of that organization. You now have a team that is on the up. You're going to start messing with that now in a negative light. And while McLaurin doesn't have like the greatest of numbers in terms of his peaks, he's consistently doing this almost every year, though. You're suddenly going to stop paying him? And yes, physical decline is a thing, but I do think that it was interesting that that saga played out the way that it did, even though you're looking at it and you're thinking to yourself, these two really should be able to find the middle ground pretty easily here. It took all of camp, all of preseason, but they finally got it done. Hendrickson, if they slap the franchise tag on next year, I swear to everything.
I'm fully prepared for it.
That would be abhorrent by the organization.
Because I think it's going to be one of those, this will get it done for right now. We'll go back to the drawing board.
That would be abhorrent by the organization at that point. I'm pretty sure they're negotiating that boost in money so that he becomes an unrestricted free agent, and then we never have to do this again.
It'd be nice. Be nice.
I do not want to.
I don't anticipate it, but it'd be nice.
I think it's because of the fact that both sides have badmouthed the other in media enough.
Yeah.
And in the public enough. There is no way you come back to the table like that again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It's. I will say this, though. It's really hard to let go of a 17.5 sack guy who, I mean, I mentioned the QB hits for Greg Rousseau. He's right up there at the top of the list. He's right up there with pressures, and your defense is not particularly good. I think maybe what they want to see this year, though, too, now, this is the problem, though. This is why they waited till this year to do the deal. They wanted to see if he would do the production from 2 years ago again. But also, they maybe want to see how far away are they on defense. Is it actually going to be better for them to let Hendrickson walk this year and restart the defense more in earnest than they already have? Or if it's like, no, we really did just need to add Shamar Stewart and Demetrius Knight, and we're ready to cook. I don't think that's the case, but they are absolutely a much better defense when he's on the field. If he's not on the field, I question everything about them.
I think they also realize, because they got a glimpse of it in the preseason.
Yeah,
the defense,
against Washington.
Our defense is already bad with Hendrickson. Without Hendrickson, it is going to be on a next level. We have to get him back to the table and maybe even get him what he wants, which is unrestricted free agency next year. Because he said he does not want to be a Bengal anymore. But we need him this year.
Because we need him now.
We need him this year, and then we can deal with the problem of the roster hole next offseason. But we need him right now because Joe Burrow is still our quarterback, and we need to have this right now. It's too late for this year to make any adjustments. We can make our adjustments next year.
Yeah.
There's no way both of these sides go to the table again. I may even say that's a not-so-bold prediction.
That Trey Hendrickson will not be a Bengal.
Trey Hendrickson will not be a Bengal next year, and they will not have the fortitude to slap a franchise tag on him.
Man, that one got ugly. Obviously, the one that's currently going on right now, Micah Parsons, it's the last one going on right now. That one is very ugly to the point where, I mean, one of your bold predictions around the league is that you think it's going to be a year-long hold-in.
I think it is going to be as ugly as it's currently.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that it is going to end ugly. You don't get there to where the player is legitimately napping. First of all, there's nothing wrong with catching a 15-minute refresh nap because those are golden. Like you're not asleep for that long, but once you wake up, bam! You feel like a new man. And you're just ready to take on the rest of the day, and all it cost you was 15 minutes. Those are exceptional and rare. Maybe Parsons needed that. But doing that on the trainer table?
It's not good. I wouldn't have done it.
That's not the place I'd pick my nap.
Wouldn't have done that.
I would not have picked my nap there when everyone else is in uniform and you're the only one that's not.
Yeah. With all that being said, cannot recommend enough America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys.
Yeah. You
over on Netflix. I've still got, I think, 2 episodes left of that.
I'm not giving Jerry Jones the satisfaction
I'm helping on Netflix.
You're helping out Jerry, too.
I'm helping out small businesses. I'm kidding. It's Netflix. 803-0550, the number to call. Continuing on with our bold predictions, we went through some of our Bills ones. Mine is Keon Coleman, 75 catches, over 1,000 yards. I think he's going to have a big jump this year. And then also another big jump, Greg Rousseau had 8 sacks, 24 QB hits last year. I think those QB hits turn into sacks, and he becomes one of the more named players on the Bills. He becomes that closer they've needed, and I have him going for 12 sacks this year, maybe even a Pro Bowl or some All-Pro nods for him. Derek, do you have any other Bills bold predictions you have to get to?
I'm locked up at this point. Keon probably leads the team with around 850-ish yards. Josh Allen throwing for under 4,000 yards again. And Bosa getting 8 sacks but plays the whole year. Deion Walker, 5.5 sacks. Terrell Bernard leading the team in interceptions with 4. I feel like I'd put my time in on this one today.
There we go. Now across the NFL, I do have a few other predictions. I will say these ones I feel maybe a little bit less. It's not as concrete for me as the Bills ones. The Bills ones, that has been building for me for the last few weeks. These 3 around the NFL, I would say have been somewhat in the thought process. They've been somewhat in the ether for me, but I still feel good enough to say them. Starting out, the Dolphins win 5 games. Mike McDaniel's the first head coach fired. I don't like anything that's going on with the Dolphins. I think the defense is horrendous. They've lost a ton of cornerbacks over the preseason and training camp. I don't like the vibes at all with Tua and Tyreek Hill. I really don't like how their head coach and Mike McDaniel looks whenever he goes to the podium. The vibes just do not feel right there. I do think New England is going to be improved. I don't think they're going to be a playoff team just yet, but I think they're going to be improved. They'll drop probably a few games they really shouldn't this year, and we're going to see about their offense. Travian Henderson, though, might be a really fun player for them. And then the Jets. The Jets, I think, finally have adults in the room. I like the coaching staff with Aaron Glenn, and I think that alone might give them 2-3 wins they maybe shouldn't have. And I could see one of those being the Dolphins, who I find to have maybe some of the least mature guys in the league. There's way too many times Tyreek Hill kind of puts his foot in his mouth whenever he's at the podium. Tua's great. Tua's not part of that problem. He really can't stay.
Health.
Yeah, exactly. He can't stay healthy. And when you saw when he left, Mike McDaniel's no Kevin O'Connell, where he can kind of just plug a quarterback in and do serviceably well. It's not the starter, but they can do well enough. Mike McDaniel proved they can't do that. And that has become a real problem for them with Tua's health. I think they are heading towards a real collapse for themselves, namely because while the AFC East is not a juggernaut, we talked with Kevin Clark back in the 3 o'clock hour, we know the AFC East outside of Buffalo is not a juggernaut. I think, though, the Patriots and the Jets are just that more finely tuned compared to the Dolphins, which feels like they're unraveling daily.
I think the Dolphins are going to be as disappointing as they've been in prior years. I look at a 7-win team there. I'm not seeing anything about them that screams total collapse because they're talented enough to stay afloat. And that is going to ultimately lead to Chris Greer turning that into a power struggle and firing McDaniel after the season. First coach I think gets fired, Shane Steichen, Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Chris Ballard, speaking of GMs that need to save their jobs, Chris Ballard has yet to have the Colts win the AFC South in his 9 years as a general manager in Indianapolis. They're starting Daniel Jones. And if they're starting Daniel Jones, Steichen's getting canned in week 8. There is no other way around that, and the general manager is going to try to find his way to save his skin a little bit here. Jettison the head coach, see if that bump happens where you can go, hey, see, it was totally the coach, right? Not because I've had 11 different starting quarterbacks and 0 playoff wins.
Right.
It's totally about him. So, yeah, no, I think it's Steichen that gets fired first because the Colts are a travesty waiting to happen because they have Daniel Jones starting at quarterback.
It is
travesty.
That's also one of the more tragic situations in the sport is that I like the Colts' talent. Around the quarterback, I like it a lot. I think Steichen is a good coach. They have not handled the post-Andrew Luck stunning retirement well at all. And to be fair, in the 2 years after, fair. You are scrambling. You built a team for Andrew Luck to get ready for that. And his body gave up on him. He was done.
His body gave up so much that his mind gave up.
And those first 2 years is a bit of a grace period if you're just trying to figure it out. But it's been 6 years. It was 6 years yesterday.
6 years yesterday, and you've had 11 different starting quarterbacks since that time.
Yeah, you got to figure it out. The Richardson move, and I was somebody that I liked Richardson. I thought he had all the talent in the world, and if you can get that to work, it's going to work. Look at Josh Allen.
But if you miss a quarterback,
it sets you back.
You typically don't get the chance to do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Typically. Like Shane and Dable in New York with the Giants, technically they didn't draft Daniel Jones. That was Dave Gettleman. Oh, boy, was that Dave Gettleman, all right.
Miss him.
I don't.
It's great on draft day.
I mean, yes, but also like, oh, brother. But now those two actually get to pick a quarterback of their own.
Mm-hmm.
And they were even just barely still given the good graces to be able to do that. When you get to pick a quarterback, you got to hit on it. Otherwise, people get fired. And that's exactly what happens in these sorts of situations. And the Colts, Richardson has already gotten people fired. I don't know what's going to happen here. And now, especially because of the fact that he's not able to beat Daniel Jones out for a job.
No, that was the running joke, is that they brought Jones in as sort of like a template of, if you can beat him, cool, we're all with you. If you can't, we know definitively you're not it.
But I also think that Daniel Jones is the worst answer of the two. You're going to win less games with them.
It's weird. Anthony Richardson had a winning record last year. I believe.
Yes, or it was close. But either way, Daniel Jones is going to get you to be worse. And I don't think they're tanking.
No, like I said, I like the talent. I think A.D. Mitchell is going to pop this year.
Starting Daniel Jones
good.
is going to promise you a 5-win season this year.
Yeah, he was 6-5 last year.
Even in the AFC South.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of the AFC South, I do think there is a different winner. And obviously, you can hear me say it's not the Colts.
Right.
If you've heard me long enough, you know I'm not picking the Titans.
Jacksonville?
It's Jacksonville. I do think Jacksonville wins the AFC South this year. Because A, you better.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, Trevor Lawrence, you've got a problematic contract there.
Yeah.
But B, this one's more of the joking logic, not the solid logic that I've liked having with these predictions. Cleveland is involved in the trade for Travis Hunter.
Oh, right. It's got to go bad for Cleveland.
If Cleveland is involved in a trade, it never ends well, which means that Cleveland's going to be picking around 20th for the pick swap that they had where they pass on Travis Hunter.
On that, I love Travis Hunter, the player. I think he is genuinely one of the best college players of all time. He was a joy to watch. Even if you didn't like Colorado, you had to acknowledge how talented he was. He, though controversially won the Heisman over Ashton Jeanty out of Boise State, who had also one of the better seasons we've seen in college football. On that, Hunter is going to play both spots on Jacksonville, corner and wide receiver. And I think the expectation by most is that he'll win one of the Rookie of the Years. I think likely defense, right? Offense, it'll typically go to a quarterback. And if Cam Ward is good, he'll hit. And then Ashton Jeanty will probably have more opportunities as a running back, as the main running back to pop in Las Vegas. But for me, at least, in where I'm sitting right now with it, I don't think he wins either offensive Rookie of the Year or defensive Rookie of the Year.
You and I are in lockstep.
And I will say, though, I think he has a very good year. I don't think he'll be a bust. I think there's a really good shout that Jacksonville can win the South. I think ultimately Abdul Carter with New York will win Defensive Rookie of the Year, and Ashton Jeanty will win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
So you and I are in lockstep on this.
Yeah.
Lockstep.
For me with it really does come down to eyeballs. How many times will you actually see Travis Hunter on national television? They have one primetime game and then their overseas game. That's it. The Giants, being the Giants, have 3 primetime games before their bye week, I think week 11 or week 12, and then Vegas even has 2 primetime games. There will be more eyes on those guys, where Hunter, this is the life of the Jacksonville Jaguars, you will get the highlights on SportsCenter the next day. You will have to hear about it through Twitter, rather than everyone sitting down on Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night to watch them play. It's the pain of the Jaguars. I thought initially when Trevor Lawrence got there that he would change that. He has not hit yet. And so it is still the Jacksonville Jaguars. And even with Travis Hunter being on that roster, Brian Thomas being on that roster, they got one primetime game plus their London game. They just won't be seen enough. And I don't think he'll have that insane of a season compared to these guys that will get him over the top.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be that.
I think that offensively you have enough to compete with, and defensively, while I don't think there's as many players that I would tap on the shoulder for a defensive rookie of the year, you do have to split the snaps with him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, obviously, he's not going to be able to play every single snap on both sides of the football in the NFL. No person is Superman himself. So I think that you're right. The optics on how often you're going to see Hunter may actually be a little bit of his undoing, because that's also what favored him in the Heisman race. Colorado
yes.
was plastered everywhere to start the year again.
You knew who Travis Hunter was, and the fact that he had a Heisman campaign before the season started.
And that's typically what will help you win a Heisman campaign, is that they send those packages out to the writers and the voters well before the year starts.
Yeah, it won't always be the favorite. It won't always be the favorite. It's a guy that's usually top 15, though.
But they send out a package to people so that you know to look for them. And now it's going to be the opposite, because Genty was a reactive Heisman campaign. It was, this man is putting up everything right now, God-tier numbers, running the rock. Now you have to put your eyes on him. And there are times where that campaign wins.
Johnny Manziel was absolutely this campaign. I think Cam Newton, a little bit was that campaign as well. Where
Cam Newton was that campaign.
Yeah, where they didn't have the fanfare, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh my gosh.
Because of JUCO transfer.
Yeah, so
he's absolutely not one of those that you send a package in for.
No, but he was a 5-star guy before.
He was a 5-star guy before, but like, he gets in trouble.
Yeah.
He has to go play junior college. He has to take that route, and then he has to go to Auburn from there. That's a reactive campaign, though. He was that good. But when you have a favorite who played as well as he did, you're already behind the 8 ball if you're Genty's camp. This is now the opposite. There will be more opportunities carrying the football with a coach that loves running the rock and Pete Carroll.
Oh, yeah.
Why would you not think that Genty has a clearer shot on it than you would for Hunter, who is not going to be on national television that much? And the Jaguars are an often forgotten franchise, even compared to the Raiders, because at least the Raiders have a rich history.
Oh, yeah. And they're in Las Vegas. I mean, ultimately, they're in Las Vegas. They've got the rich history. I'll also say this, too. And I think Hunter will have a great season. I think he will be a great NFL player. But if he finishes second in receiving to Brian Thomas Jr., and he's like their second best corner,
you say he gets 2 or 3 picks.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of like, okay, yeah, but Genty won me my fantasy league. Genty ran for 1,400 yards and is a Pro Bowler or an All-Pro his rookie year.
The Raiders went 9-8 for some reason.
Right, like that kind of stuff, where I think that's where it's going to hurt Hunter on offense. Now on defense, I think it'll genuinely just be Abdul Carter on that genuinely elite defensive line for the Giants. Could have a great year.
Abdul Carter gets 12 sacks ho-hum in his rookie season. That'll beat anybody out, really.
And I also think, too, with them having 3 primetime games, and this is, I guess, a bold prediction, but I think most of us would agree with this. I think Jackson Dart will get into there much sooner. There will just be storylines all around them. Dart's playing, he's going well. Malik Neighbors has entered into the all-pro category for wide receivers. Oh, and their rookie edge rusher that they picked up is a demon. It'll all coalesce where I think even if the Jags win their division, I can't really see it being more than 10 wins. I don't see them being at the top of the AFC standings battling for the 1 seed. They will have more the image of, well, you're just going to get destroyed by whoever you play in the wild card round. Or, good for you, you won that. Now you're going to be the sacrifice for Baltimore, Kansas City, or Buffalo. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Now, you mentioned some crash-out teams, like Miami, for example. I've got one for the other side that this team kind of needs that crash-out, that bottoming out, because they haven't had it since 2003. And you'll learn more about that on the other side.
803-0550, the number to call. Want to jump on the show? Zach Jones, Derek Kramer filling in for Schopp and the Bulldog, and this is WGR.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time.
I want to start today is, as we mentioned, the preseason is wrapped up. Cut day is tomorrow. Joe mentioned the update. 4 o'clock is the deadline. And to be fair, looking at the Bills, there aren't, at least to me, a lot of question marks. I think on Saturday, Tyrell Shavers solidified himself. I think he's making this roster. I don't think it's on the practice squad. I think he's done enough that would cause the Bills to be a little worried if you threw him on the practice squad that he won't be there the next day. I think Elijah Moore is making the team. I think Curtis Samuel is making the team, even though he was not there over the weekend due to an illness. It sounds like practice, once he's gotten healthy, has done much better for him. Dane Jackson played really late into the game on Saturday against Tampa.
All the way through the end.
Yeah, and so I could fully see him getting cut and that going the exact way it was sounding like it was going to, even before the Trey Wood injury. So for me, a lot of it now actually is, what the hell is the Jordan Phillips signing going to do to all of this?
And my bet
That's the big one.
My bet is it has to do with Dwayne Carter or Daquan Jones. A lot of people are immediately going to the second-year player in Carter on this. He hasn't had a good enough camp. He's been pretty quiet, not enough splash plays, especially when you're seeing Walker coming up with one in every game. Mm-hmm. And then this past Saturday, easily looks like one of the better defensive tackles on the depth chart at this point. So it doesn't bode well for him. But I also do think it might be, can we stash Dwayne Carter on the practice squad?
Oof.
The team might be asking themselves that.
The team might be asking
that. Or
that.
Daquan Jones. Do they think that they've found enough from what they have to where they move on from the veteran?
And I love Daquan Jones. And 2 years ago, he and Ed Oliver were causing a big problem for opposing offenses from the interior of the defensive line. If it's Carter, though, that sucks. That's a whiff. And while I personally don't care, that is also the pick that you kind of wanted to tout, saying, well, we didn't take Worthy, but we got this guy and Keon Coleman. If by year 2 you're already like, yes, that third-round pick's on the practice squad, that's a rough look.
Choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster.
But we've had a very, very strong negotiation. Now, by the way, frankly, it wouldn't have made any difference what the negotiation was. Guess who has to be comfortable for this to work? Micah. And who else? You. There's not room for a third. There's not room for a third. This will be a good one.
That is Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones from last week.
He dense.
Speaking there with Stephen A. Smith. Apparently there isn't room for a third.
Look, man, I know I'm stupid, But come on, man.
I think it was Ryan Clark this morning on Get Up. He did mention, like, we're probably going to get something from the players' union at some point. Like, he is trying, credit to him, I guess, trying to gaslight everyone that can listen that agents don't matter. And look, I get it. Some players don't use agents. Lamar Jackson famously did not use an agent. But if I'm using one, that's who you're talking to. I don't care what line of work it is. If I'm going to sign a contract, most people will have a lawyer check it over.
You mean Lamar Jackson, who the NFLPA ended up burying this, but there is a collusion case against the NFL, and Lamar Jackson's contract negotiations was one of those things? That guy who didn't have an agent?
Yeah, that guy who didn't have an agent.
Jerry, I want Jerry Jones to live forever so that the Dallas Cowboys remain irrelevant, but at the same time, I am genuinely in the NFL standings. I am genuinely sick of that man's voice. You cannot be that dense and then tell me, 40 years ago, I made a bold decision to fire Jimmy Johnson. Like, good for you, bud. I don't care anymore.
I don't know, man. Again, the documentary is very much in favor of Jerry Jones, but they were very relevant the last few years. I mean, say what you will about Mike McCarthy. They were 12-5 for 3 years in a row. They draft very, very well. That's something Jerry has always very much had the pulse on, is the college game.
I want them to be mid until forever.
That won't happen.
It will.
They'll be mid for a little while, and they'll be right back up.
Jerry is making sure that they're mid. Jerry is making sure that Michael Parsons doesn't play a snap for you again. Jerry is making sure that the son makes his receivers drop the football.
Oh, that did happen in the stadium. That's right.
And it's I'm not going to change anything about my stadium. I feel like it's perfect.
But that's where we differ. Is I genuinely do believe Parsons will be signed either the day before or the day of the opener, because that would be the perfect thing. Because now the day that should be all about the Eagles will then be all about how the Cowboys got their deal done with Parsons. They got their guy.
I need Parsons to ruin this idea.
I don't think he will. I don't think he will. He's not going to get rid of generational money just to spite Jerry, especially his agent, who I believe will be invited back to the table.
No.
He won't spite him.
I think Jerry Jones knows that the NFLPA is in shambles right now, and he's attacking it by not following protocol.
Yeah, but then he's just hurting himself. If his guy doesn't play.
Jerry Jones is hurting himself? No way.
He doesn't often do that. I mean, he
doesn't care if he does or doesn't, as long as he's in the headlines, Zach. He still gets what he wants, which is they get to talk about him. That's what Jerry Jones wants at the end of the day. It is not about their success or their failures anymore. It is about talking about him and talking about the Cowboys. And
they won't be talking about them, though, if they're 5 wins and Micah Parsons is sitting on the bench. He will get the deal done. He's just dragging this out because now we're all talking about
I don't think he's that smart.
Oh, I absolutely do.
He's showing me routinely as of late that he is not that intelligent.
He has absolutely changed the NFL for the better. He is absolutely that smart. He is fooling.
Not anymore.
I think he is. He is fooling everybody. He's absolutely fooling everyone.
Fine.
I think
you're also the only team that lost to a 7 seed.
Don't disagree. But he is also a genius in terms of how the NFL works and the business model.
He is a genius in marketing. Marketing and football operations are not hand in hand. The Micah Parsons thing, the reason I think it's going to go on all year is because of the fact that he does believe that it is a marketing ploy. Your theory, I don't hate your theory, that they want to sign him for opening night, and then it's all about the Cowboys. I don't think you're wrong about the theory being what Jerry wants. What I do think, though, is you have an agent that you are not asking to the table, and you're saying publicly there's no room for a third. How many contract negotiations have you gone through? Also, furthermore, you have brought this up in the past too, Zach, that the Cowboys wait too long sometimes to get contracts done, and it costs them more money.
Yeah.
Marketing and football operations do not have to go hand in hand, and Jerry Jones proves it on the routine.
I know, but your point is that the agent and Michael will say, you know what, nah, screw you. We're just going to...
Yes, I do think
that's generational money that they're saying, no, I'm fine. He will get franchise tag next year. There is no out for Parsons for 3 years.
There's a trade. The trade is the out. And the Dallas Cowboys know they can be talked about all year when their season is irrelevant. You can blame that on Micah Parsons and then still get 2 firsts, a second, and a fully guaranteed not a fully guaranteed contract, but like another team then shells out and overpays for a player that did not play for the entire season.
This seems like the disaster scenario where, stunningly, I cannot reiterate it. It would be stunning if Parsons and his agent went, I actually don't want to play football this year. Let's just stick it to the old man. Why? Just take the money.
Because he has disrespected you.
He's disrespected everybody. But you take the money and move on. Yeah, he's disrespected most people in the NFL. He has spit in most people in the NFL's faces.
The last contract that got done with CeeDee Lamb, they did not have this get that ugly, that public.
I think a lot of this is just it's a sham. It's all to build ratings. No one else is talking about anything else in the NFL outside of Parsons.
That's why I want them to fail.
Your premise on this is that Parsons and the agent will get rid of generational money for a year or two to stick it to Jones, who will pay them more money than they realistically need. I cannot see that happening. It's not how Jones operates. He does move slow because it keeps them in the media, but that's about it. Everything else he does is about making money, keeping the Cowboys relevant to even at times their detriment because he believes he's the most relevant piece. But he gets deals done. Guys stay on the Cowboys. And we've already seen it with a bunch of guys who have said, I want trades out. No, you don't. You want your big money. It's a negotiation tactic. We move on. I think for Jones, it's also a bit of a negotiation tactic. Some of these have gotten ugly before, and then they're just fine afterwards. I know you haven't watched it, but the documentary, Emmitt Smith sits out for 2 games, and it looks awful. And then it doesn't. And then they're all happy, and they're all hanging out. Signing the contract, giving them money, fixes everything. I think Jerry has put his foot in his mouth a few times, again, making it sound like that there isn't room for a third in contract negotiations. I think is a bit ridiculous. But I think it's all just to keep us talking about him. It's to keep him interesting. What just came out? The documentary. And it hasn't been a ratings disaster. Cowboys fans have watched it. Yep. It's been a smash success. And then after you finish an episode of that, you look over and go, what's going on? Oh, and Parsons is laying on the bench. Okay, this is great. It makes everything look worse, and then it isn't. Their biggest fallacy truly has been coaching. Head coaches, I think, have been their biggest issue the last few years. Either it be Jason Garrett, who was there way too long, but to be fair, he was seen as basically a surrogate son to the Jones family. Yep. McCarthy, I think, actually punched a bit above his weight class in that. I think he has a bad rep, but I don't think he's a particularly bad coach. Where my problem is now is Brian Schottenheimer. I do not think he's a good head coach. I think he's only been given the opportunity because Jones had his very specific group that he wanted to hire. He wants a little bit more control. I do think this will crash and burn, but not the Parsons stuff. I think the overall team is not very talented. The offense might be. Parsons is very good. I think Brian Schottenheimer's the disaster. I think Parsons plays week 1. I just don't think the Cowboys will be very good this year.
I think more. I think I might be saying it more because I want it to happen. But
which is fair. Which is totally fair.
And that's more or less, it's my wants and desires. But I also do think that, again, this agent has had this play out before. He has had a top client who was at that time holding out for a whole year, still seen at the top of his position, or amongst the top of his position in the National Football League. And if he does it again, I feel like the agent can be emboldened.
I think he'd be emboldened. It just, looking at the Deshaun Watson situation, that was also everything in the background. Everything going on off the field was also lingering over Watson. And there was this, it really was kind of a generational moment in terms of contract negotiations, because not only had he demanded a trade, but then like a month or two later, you get all the sexual assault allegations that come out and the massage parlors and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden it was like, okay, we really kind of don't actually want to do this anymore. We kind of do want to move off of you. And I think that's I think the key there is eventually Houston got to the point where they're like, yeah, we want to move off of this. Like, we want to get away from this, the whole thing. Dallas, I don't think is there yet. Dallas will never want to move off their superstars. They're going to want to keep them there. They're going to be part of the brand, the whole thing. And Parsons is a huge personality. He's got a podcast, for better or worse. And they're not going to want that going away. That is a big part of what Dallas is the brand and being part of it. Parsons has done it beautifully. I think his biggest problem is that he's kind of surrounded by a bunch of mid guys on defense.
And I think, though, that there is something to this where I want this, and I don't know where it can go from here. But the NFL does need someone to stand up to Jerry Jones like this. And the NFLPA can't right now.
No.
That's where I still sit at the Parsons sitting out thing. The NFLPA cannot fight this fight right now. The union is in such tatters. And Pablo Torre keeps finding holes in the floorboards that they have to fix themselves first as a union. Micah Parsons and his agent might be feeling like they are on an island. And desperate times call for desperate measures. That's where that prediction comes from. I also just think that Jerry Jones is dense.
Well, that's the thing.
I think he's losing it.
That would be the thing that surprises me, is that come next week he isn't all of a sudden inviting the owner or the agent back in and wants to hammer this out. I mean, hearing Ian Rappaport today on Pat McAfee, he even mentioned too, like a lot of these negotiations that end up going into hold-ins or holdouts during camp. It's a lot of the team is just, here's our number, here's where we're going to be sitting. We can either sign this now, or we're going to argue for a few weeks, and everyone's just going to get annoyed. And a lot of teams or a lot of players want to argue the nitty-gritties, a little bit million here, a little bit a million there, and then eventually figure it out. We already kind of know, actually, what the Parsons deal will look like, which is you will be the highest paid non-quarterback in the sport. The biggest issue is that Jerry doesn't want to invite the agent in. I think that is all because he's sitting there knowing the team probably will be bad this year. They're hitting a bit of a reset here with Brian Schottenheimer in. They're bringing in some other young talent. They're trying to retool. The offensive line's gone through some changes. The defense isn't particularly good outside of Parsons and arguably Stephon Diggs' brother and Trayvon. I think he's sitting here going, we need to be relevant as long as we can because we won't be relevant in the season. I think they will bottom out. I think they could finish last in the NFC East. I'm a little bit off that prediction now. I thought a little bit about it. I'm a little off of it. I think they'll be a bad team. Maybe not as bad as the Giants if I'm sitting here right now. No, I think they could be the worst because I don't like Brian Schottenheimer as a coach. That hire feels completely just out of the blue, and I think they could bottom out. The Parsons thing in particular for me feels like a Jones move of, I want to stay relevant. I want to be on everyone's minds at all times. Parsons is a good guy. I'm going to get it done, but I'm going to kind of pick and prod as I go until the end of the road.
And again, you have a lot of logic to being right on this, and I just have a desire at this point.
Totally get that.
And it's more the player union for me that is where I'm at with that, and being willing to fight. Like, the man showed disrespect by napping on a table openly on a television or on a televised preseason game. Like
that was a less than ideal move.
Yeah, but it also shows the lack of respect on both sides at this point.
That is absolutely right. 803-0550, the number to call. We'll wrap up the show when we come back. Get you ready for the nightcap with Joe Cali. You're listening to Schopp on the Bulldog with Zach Jones and Derek Kramer filling in, and this is WGR. Preseason is finally, mercifully over with.
Yes.
They won a game 23-19 over Tampa. Doesn't really matter. It's just over. And now next up is the regular season.
Don't say that, because Saturday was good karma for anyone that had to stick around and watch that Bears game all the way throughout.
I mean,
it was
enjoyable. Good for
you. You actually got something out of it. There were a couple of nice plays by Cole Bishop, Deion Walker, like a couple of the guys that you were actually interested in. Tyrell Shavers makes a nice one-handed catch. A lot of people that you were interested in looking at actually were able to go ahead and do those things. So it was a reward. It was karmic retribution on the positive end for whoever had to suffer through that terrible, no good, everything bad Bears game from the second week.
Yeah, you could take some stuff away. Cole Bishop looked much better than he did against the Bears. Tyrell Shavers continued to have what has ultimately for him been a really good summer, just flat out both at camp and in the preseason. Shane Buechele, even if it's not on the Bills, I think absolutely secured himself a job in the NFL, whether it be practice squad, QB2, QB3, what have you. I do not imagine his NFL career's ending. Deion Walker, there's going to be people that make outlandish statements about him in about a week or two with the way he has played in the preseason. He has been very, very good. Same with TJ Sanders. Tyler Bass was able to start kicking a lot more, and he
kicked
got
for the first time in literally weeks. He was dealing with that pelvic injury. Yeah, he misses the 20-some-odd yard field goal. So, hey, we get the full experience of, hey, is he actually still okay? Or is he just who he always is at this point and misses the occasional chip shot field
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day, I'm right. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over, it's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster.
Welcome back, everyone. Final segment here on what turned out to be beautiful Monday here in our Amherst studios. Yeah, it was pouring a lot earlier, but it turned out to be a pretty good day. Zach Jones, Derek Kramer filling in for Schopp on the Bulldog today. Mike will be back tomorrow. Bulldog will be back next Tuesday. He's got the week off. Derek, you hinted at it before that last segment.
Yeah, things kind of got a little distracted.
It is your final bowl prediction, and it's one I don't know if I want it or not. I don't.
Really?
I'll get to that after you say it. I don't know if I want it or not.
So the Pittsburgh Steelers have not had a sub-500 season since 2003, when they would then draft Ben Roethlisberger and reverse their fortunes.
Mm-hmm.
It's time.
I don't argue with that.
They've been hinting at it through a couple of years now.
It's been a few wink-winks kind of deal.
Kind of like this team just survives on its own voodoo magic.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that is like the difference between the Chiefs' voodoo magic and the Steelers' voodoo magic. The Chiefs one is also there's respect paid to the quarterback.
Yeah.
The Steelers have brought in Aaron Rodgers, and I don't know how much he's got left.
I don't know how much he's got left. I hate the offensive line there. I think Broderick Jones is terrible. They do not have a number 2 receiver. You think of all the teams that got involved in the weird bottom of the barrel wide receiver trades, the Steelers should have been one of those teams. The Steelers should have signed someone like Amari Cooper, or they should trade for Jacoby Myers, what have you. They haven't yet. It's just DK Metcalf. Why I don't necessarily want to see this? One, I want the Steelers to lay in it a little bit longer. They've been good for way too long. They basically don't have losing seasons, not even just 03, but like even throughout their history. They've been so good, so consistent. And number 2, I don't really want the year that they host the draft for them to have like a number like 3 overall pick and pick their quarterback.
Fanfare for a draft should be something you want.
Nope. I want Steelers fans to be furious at the draft where they're picking 18th. They're not going to pick a quarterback again, and they're upset. That's what I want. I do not want them to be top 3 and going, we got Cade Klubnik, and we're hosting the draft. No.
I do want
Not
this.
for me.
I want this also because I think the Steelers need to be able to move on from Mike Tomlin.
They
need
should.
their excuse.
And I like Tomlin as a coach, but it's almost like
I don't like Tomlin as a coach, actually.
I was going to say, even for me, he's very conservative. I think, though, he builds a very good culture, and if I think you can get younger guys around him, funny enough, because he's always been one of the younger guys in the NFL, but if you get younger guys around him, more willing to go for it on 4th down, more willing to push the ball in the passing game, he is such a good
is the culture really,
builder.
though? Because you look at the Roethlisberger, Bell, Brown team.
They weren't insane. It's an incredible achievement.
But also,
no one knew how bad Antonio Brown was until he left the Steelers. I'm just saying.
But that 2019 team misses the playoffs entirely.
Yep.
And why is it that every wide receiver that they trade away seems to have a problem?
I think
sure, Tomlin can keep things enough in place.
What we're finding out is Tomlin has unbelievable duct tape that needs to be studied by science to keep that team
Mike
together.
Tomlin's just in the naked gun saying, nothing to see here.
Exactly.
Like, that's all he does.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't respect what he's able to do anymore. I think the message has gotten stale way too long ago. And it's TJ Watt entering a cheat code every other week, why the Steelers end up more than a 500 team.
I also wonder, too, and this is my last thought on it, I wonder if he's been around the block so much, he kind of he knows how to win 9 games in the NFL. It's one of those.
I think it's their talent. I don't think it's
I know
the coach.
I know where to push and pull, but I don't have the talent to get more than that, and I don't have the wherewithal and the coaching ability anymore to get past that like 8-9 win threshold, which is, I mean, they've been stuck at for years. I absolutely can see that. I could see this being a tire fire. You look at Rodgers with the Jets, but I don't want it yet. I don't want it yet.
Well, you may not.
Because I don't want them to have fun at their draft. I don't want that at all.
And that's what makes it bold. And that is probably what we've got for this afternoon here. Thank you to everyone that has listened in today. Thanks to Kevin Clark, Sal Capaccio, joining us earlier today. It was fun talking with the chat again, as well as it is always fun to do that as well. So salute to you, Bullpen. For Zach Jones, I'm Derek Kramer. Thanks for listening in, and Mike Schopp will be back tomorrow. This is WGR.